Доброго дня всім,
So, good morning, everybody,
пані і панове.
esteemed ladies and gentlemen.
Я, може, стану, потім уже буде.
I probably will raise up, but then we'll continue. Seated, I'm Igor Kolyush, head of the board of the Center for Political Legal Reforms. We invited you to this conference, which is titled, in a very neutral way, local self-government and territorial organization of power, government in Ukraine, on the path to European Union. Of course, this reform of territorial government has been lasting since 2014 after the respective concept was approved. We discussed that many times already, but this reform is still uncompleted, so there are good reasons to get together and to discuss the current situation, current steps which are implemented, and as we believe what we all are missing in this reform is discussion around the strategy. We are talking about European integration, but we narrow it down to very few tasks. Well, in fact, the European integration and transformation of our whole government system is the precondition for being efficient in our path towards European Union. It's not just a few tasks as assigned by the EU, but it's about much wider vision. So it's very important to understand, have common understanding of the strategy for the 5 or 10 years horizon, because our vision of the strategy will certainly have certain influence over our choice of the steps that we intend to implement. That was just a brief introduction. We are implementing this conference within the framework of our EU-LEAD project with Europe. In fact, this is the last event within the framework of this project. EU-LEAD has already announced phase 3. They do not intend to provide any grants anymore. So this conference will summarize our achievements. We don't know yet how we will continue our cooperation. We don't know yet. But today we have perfect conditions to communicate, to exchange our opinions, impressions, and plans, etc. So according to our agenda, I'm inviting to the floor the representative of our key beneficiary parliamentary committee for local self-government and building and something else, People's Deputy, the chair of this committee, Olena Shulak. Good morning, esteemed colleagues. If you don't mind, I will be sitting and speaking from here. So normally I would be expected to share some plans and to say something inspiring. Unfortunately, in view of current activities of Verkhovna Rada, I cannot feel much inspiration, but I expect that since you are experts, and we expect you to develop the vision of local self-governments within the framework of the European integration of Ukraine. And we all need to understand where we have sufficient capabilities as Parliament along this path and where we'll need your support. You remember We had reforms of decentralization, and that was going pretty quickly when the question was about sharing resources, but then all that slowed down. I remember many experts were dissatisfied with the law adopted and signed by the president recently. Unfortunately, it was a compromise. Maybe any further decisions will be made because we really need good quality supervision, and this step will be followed by steps 2 and 3 to make this system as effective as possible for the benefit of our communities. What will be our focus current year? I'm talking about our committee. Of course, task number 1 for us is delineation of powers. The respective bill has already been submitted to Verkhovna Rada. It was registered in Parliament on the 5th February, so we have to wait 14 days for any alternative bills to be submitted, and then we will be able to start discussion about this delineation of powers. I know that local governments are not happy with it to a big extent. Many experts do not like it. But again, that's the point of compromise and of a solution that we need to find and to approve it, because that is our obligation on the European integration. The ministry has already considered the matters of local delineation of powers at the local level, and we have certain vision and we have support from you lead. We'll have further discussions with various committees of the Parliament, Health Committee, Environmental Committee, etc., because these are issues that actually impact many spheres. So in order to have 246 votes for the bill, we need to do a lot of efficient work with the profile committees to obtain this support. So we will be concentrated on these 2 bills. Here I'd like to request your support. I know all of you are parts of working groups of development of local communities. You are clearly engaged in all the relevant processes, so please take a proactive position. Let's defend our views to match all the indicators. We still have to do some more homework. That's about the bill 3319. Before this conference, I had discussion with our colleagues about the importance of this bill. Maybe it would not have so big impact over development of local self-government comparing to the previous bills, but it's very important for those who live in our communities, and all this should be aimed at satisfaction of the needs so that we can engage more citizens in decision making to make this process more inclusive. I have already proposed consideration of this bill for the interfaction council, where various groups of parliament members are represented. We still couldn't reach any consensus. Another part of this whole task is the bill on administrative charges. It has already went through a number of committees. Now we are working on it. It was approved already on the first reading, and I think this year we'll have good chances to ensure its adoption and approval. It's a very important document for our centers for administrative services. Municipal statistics, we have many developments thanks to ULEAD and to Center of Political and Legal Reforms. A number of various studies have been implemented, which are very important in order to create a proper legal framework matching the strategy of development and other plans for our communities. So without good legislation in the area of municipal statistics, we will not achieve it. We certainly are aimed at continuing decentralization. Here I'd like to thank all associations of local self-government. They do implement their own activities to take an active position, and that's the matter not only for our profile committee, but also it's the area where other parliamentary committees can find better solutions to ensure decentralization of resources. We have a number of platforms where we discuss administration of local taxes. There is even a bill, draft law, about regulation of local taxes and charges. We understand that for local self-government that might be a very important reform. That's why we are engaged in all kinds of discussion around this bill, including discussion with Ministry of Finance, with the government, other governmental authorities to promote this bill. Now, a few words about our future. We understand that current composition of the parliament will never approve the municipal code. I remember when the president gathered the Congress of Local Communities, the task was to develop and approve municipal code. Unfortunately, because of the war, these processes have slowed down, but now, together with our experts, our international partners, we have the goal for the current year to discuss in all details the concept of the municipal code, which will be centered around the community as a legal entity. Then we'd like to achieve certain consensus, at least within this parliament, so that the next cadence, the next parliament will have better chances to approve it all. Also, we are considering the ways to ensure decent salaries for those who work at the local self-government entities. Many other issues are discussed, so I'd like to thank the Center for Political and Legal Reforms and to our continuing partner, ULEAD, which is very active in these efforts, and our committee is always open for any suggestions and discussions. Of course, there are many contradictions and disputes, but we still continue looking for the right solution in the best interest of Ukraine. Thank you. Now I'd like to invite the Deputy Minister of Development of Communities and Territories of Ukraine, Alexei Ryabikin. He is expected to be online with us. And here he is. Could we please put Mr. Alexei Ryabkin on the large screen?
Бачимо.
Here he is. We can see you.
Чудовому.
Yes, I can start as I understand. Great. So, dear Olena, dear Søren, Igor Kaleushko, dear colleagues, I promise to Igor that I will be with you in person, but unfortunately now we will have the technical IT communication on the heat supply for the citizens. So unfortunately I have to be here, but I'm with you in my thoughts and my heart. So in spite of all these difficult circumstances of our life, we are at this conference because Ukraine is continuing reforms, and that's very important. Here I'd like to thank you and to all colleagues who participate in further development of the system of local self-government. In spite of harsh times that Ukraine is going through, it's very important to prepare a good document, final document, moving from philosophy to specific steps that we will need to implement in the future. In particular, in the area dealing with territorial organization of the government and administrative system. Of course, delineation of powers is a very important element of it, and here I'd like to thank Mr. Koliushko, Council of Europe. I want to thank you, Lead, Søren, and colleagues who have been actively engaged in these developments. I hope that the respective parliamentary committee headed chaired by Ms. Shulak will become a platform for wide discussion to make this bill a proper framework for further delineation of powers between different levels of government, not only in the light of the Ukraine Facility Program, but also in order to continue the work in such a way that will enhance and improve the quality of local self-governments at all levels. Last year, the law on supervision of legality of decisions made by local self-governments was adopted. That's another important step. I hope soon we will be able to draft, to at least the first draft of municipal code, which will continue developing the already approved legal documents. I will not repeat what Alena said. Our ministry is very supportive to all these efforts, and we are actively engaged in this work. I want to thank you for your partnership, which is very important under the current conditions. Another important point is that we need to move to the real assessment of capabilities of territories and communities. That should be a single system. Here at the ministry, we already conducted some activities of this kind. Now we will have discussions on very specific documents. Why is that important? Because capabilities of a community matters a lot, because that's about a good quality services to the local population. I think it's very relevant for the current times, because very few communities during the war can ensure the proper good quality service, let's say, of power and heat supply. This is our approach to this matter, because now we are starting already preparation for the next heating seasons, and here we have to certainly revise certain the points related to resilience. Ever the territories and communities, we realized that some of the areas are very vulnerable, like Kyiv, which is generating a lot of heat, but in order to eliminate this vulnerability, we need to make very important steps. We heard very good ideas from Mr. Tkachuk. We appreciate your suggestions to our ministry. Your ideas are very important, but we need to ensure even more comprehensive approach to this issue. Why? Because the experts do not believe we will be able to fully deny big centralization of heat generation. I'm sorry that I'm too concentrated on very specific subjects, but I think winter is the best time for discussing it. So I'd like to thank you, lead, and in your person to the whole European Union, which is really providing huge support to Ukrainian communities. Well, in spite, of course, of even some tiredness, but we realize that whatever long it lasts, we still feel strong support from the whole world. So my thanks to initiators of this event. I want to wish you fruitful discussions. I'm sure we'll have such discussion in view of the audience that we have here. And I'd like to wish that you come up with very specific results and proposals that would be able to be implemented further on. Once again, I'm sorry for not being with you right now. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. Thank you, Alexei. Thank you for joining, and I'm confident that the corporations that have been established will continue being better and better. Now I'd like to offer the floor to representative of EU Europe, Zoran Hapser, the head of the unit for support of local self-government. He will speak online too.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Super.
Yes.
Dear Mrs. Shuliak, dear Mr. Ryabikin, dear Mr. Kolyushko, dear participants of this event, on behalf of You Lead with Europe, let me send you my warmest greetings and my best wishes for the success of this conference. You Lead with Europe is a European flagship program funded by the European Union and its member states, Germany, Denmark, France, Poland, and Slovenia. And just recently, Austria has also joined this group of our donors. And this strong commitment shows the ongoing interest of Ukraine's European partners to make long-lasting and effective contributions to support Ukraine in finalizing this important reform, decentralization, and aligning the standards of good local governance in Ukraine with those in the European Union member states. And the title of this conference says it all: local self-government and territorial organization of power in Ukraine on the path to the European Union. The priorities are pretty clear and precisely described in enlargement reports and in the Ukraine plan. And Mrs. Shuliak and Mr. Ryabikin have just highlighted some of these projects. And You Lead with Europe will and is already supporting many of these. And I just want to name here again topics like the municipal code, including the difficult question of legal personality of Ukrainian Hromadas, the delimitation of powers, which is now a very important ongoing project, and the topic also of the personal income tax reform. But of course, there are many other important topics. The path is set, and the work is being done in the right direction under the harshest circumstances dictated by an evil enemy. And every step you do for even better functioning multi-level governance system Every concept for stronger local self-government that is enshrined in law, every law that passes the parliament, every indicator checked brings Ukraine closer to where it belongs, our bond of European nations united by values, the European Union. And the Center for Policy and Legal Reforms is among the most capable and experienced think tanks in Ukraine when it comes to Ukrainian local self-government conceptions in line with European standards and in particular in line with the European Charter for Local Self-Government. Thank you for this work. CPLR experts have been involved in many fundamental conceptions, and some of them have already proven their effectiveness. That is also the reason why ULEAD with Europe has been supporting some of these ideas and conceptions. It has also been supporting CPLR, and that is also the reason why we support this conference. The future of Ukraine as a member of the European Union lies entirely in the hands of Ukrainians and no one else. The brave soldiers on the battlefield, first of all, and those who protect our skies, the workers who try to bring back heat and power every single day and night, everyone who supports reforms and works on legislation necessary to join the EU is also doing that. Parliamentarians, ministers and ministries, associations, mayors, think tanks, experts, civil society. I hope that this conference with the very interesting panels will further contribute to the necessary progressive dialogue and will touch upon also the burning issues which have to be solved to finalize the reform. Thank you very much, and I wish you an interesting dialogue, success, stay safe, see you soon.
Thank you very much. Дякуємо, пане Гербст. І
Thank you, Mr. Herbst. And now we can actually continue more with our main agenda. As you can see, we built it in such a way that we'll have two panels. Panel 1 will be focused on discussion of the matters that are important for implementation here and now, in spite of the martial law, in spite of the war, in spite of all the problems. Panel 2 will be rather discussion about strategic vision. What should be the prospects for development of local self-government? Will partially cover also the regional level of government, and both panels are within the framework of European integration, because everything we do today and the strategy that we have to develop are jointly aimed at European integration. So respectively, according to our plans, I'm offering participants of the panel 1. Moderator will be Anatoly Zayets, and our speakers will be Vasil Kuybida, Alexander Bovsh, Oleg Ilnitsky will speak online, and Anton Cherkin. So this is from the side of our center, and also the associations will be represented. We have Alexander Slobozhan here. Maybe he'll be online. Maybe he can join us here at the panel seats. And from Association of all Ukrainian communities, Ivan Slobodyan, he'll speak online, as I understand. Thank you. And Sergei Shershov, who is here with us. He is a Deputy Executive Director of All Ukrainian Association of Amalgamated Territorial Communities. Please, moderator, the floor is yours.
Доброго ранку.
Good
Ми
morning.
розпочинаємо
We are about to begin
панель, яка називається
our panel,
реформування місцевого
which deals with the pressing issues of local self-governance and territorial organization of power. So, the rules of procedure tell us that the presentations will be up to 10 minutes, then up to 3 minutes for comments. And please, let's just follow the schedule. Now, I'm inviting for the first presentation the local governance reform and territorial organization of power in the conditions of the martial law and preparation for accession to the EU. Igor Kolyushko, the chairperson of the Center for Political and Legal Reforms. Please go ahead.
Я спробую так дуже коротко, фактично лише
I will try to be very brief. You know, I will make
подальшої
an
розмови.
intro for the following discussion. So, over the 2025, there's been several events which had a serious impact on the conditions of the situation, on the perspectives of the reform of local governance and the territorial organization of power. Firstly, a lot was done and focused in the parliament and outside parliament in relation to the discussion of the bill 4298. And I think that this number will stick in your mind for a very long time. Unfortunately, this bill was never adopted. It never became a law. It was about the local state administrations. It was about to introduce the oversight over the legal nature of legal acts issued by such bodies, and it aimed at resolving other matters connected to the future reform in the system of territorial organization of power in our country. Nevertheless, this bill, which was drafted since 2020, in 2025 it was adopted, in 2021 it was adopted at the first reading, then it took 5 times, you know, to rewrite it, to come up with new versions. And in spring last year, in 2025, the parliament finally stopped discussing it, and instead they adopted a very short bill on the introduction of supervision. And in detail, you will hear about it during one of the presentations today. And I don't want to talk a lot about it. So this bill, in fact, did not address the key question which we still face. It's the reform, or at least preparation of reform of local state administrations to enable them to function in new conditions. So this is no longer relevant for us because today we have the martial law, which is in effect. And based on this law, we introduced military administrations. And kind of everything looks working today, and there is governance in place. There's systems are being governed, but we need to understand what's going to happen in the future when the martial law is lifted. What system would look like? A system of local administrations or prefectures, which we advocated on multiple occasions. The experts also said that there is this intention to switch to the system of prefectures, which must not be an executive branch for oblast councils, and they must not have sectoral powers. They are the prefectures, and as such, they must focus on oversight, legal oversight, and then coordination and the feedback function for the CMU, so that the CMU could have yet another channel for getting information about the implementation of government policy in the regions, not just through the executive branch.
Перспективи цього
So,
власного законодавства на сьогодні не зрозумілі.
This legislation is still in the gray area in terms of its adoption, but we believe that it's still an important document. And that's why in many presentations today we will be revisiting this important issue. So there is one more event about which I wanted to speak, and Deputy Minister Alexei Ryabykhin already spoke about it. So December 12th, 2025, the CMU adopted a resolution, thus approving a document which is titled Specifics for Reform of Local Governance and Territorial Organization of Power in the Conditions of Martial Law in Preparation of Ukraine for membership in the EU. It's been a very long discussion. Do we need this document? How it should look like? Maybe we should have a new version of the concept, which exists since 2014. Or maybe we should have something similar, instead of new version, eventually at the end of the year. We were able to finally see what the CMU produced. And in my view, they produced quite a good document. Of course, there are some issues. And first and foremost, I must mention that in this document, they did a very good job by showing completely all problems which local governance has or faces and which we have to focus on and deal with. And Deputy Minister mentioned this in the beginning. They plan to come up with a process of drafting the concept, right? Or how to implement, like an action plan to implement. That's where the devil is, in these details, right? The approaches to this document. Because if you are preparing an implementation plan, then they're going to view this as a new concept. But the title of the document is the specifics of implementation of the old concept. But nevertheless, let's not get obsessed with these formalities. Let's move on. And I want to mention, with optimism, I read this document, the final version, and I can say that almost all of the objectives are there, right? The objectives which I would come up with for the purposes of our state at this stage. And we talk here, we see information here about the issues with administrative-territorial composition. The communities, some of them did not follow the method for amalgamation of communities. Some of them are not capable to operate independently. Some changes need to be made in the administrative-territorial division of Ukraine. And one of the presentations will deal with this specifically. Also, we talked about the need to address the issue of the legal status of Kyiv. And the problems that we see, the discussions that occur on this matter, they are well known to everybody. I don't want to repeat. Because to address them, first and foremost, we recommended to adopt a law on the city of Kyiv as the capital of Ukraine. And we wanted to draw the line between the executive branch from central government and local governments, because those are different bodies and they are supposed to carry out different functions. And then when it's organized, we will see cooperation, we will see improvement of their work, including their local economy, including in the city of Kyiv. And we see here all the matters connected to the reform of local state administrations. We see here also a mention of the executive bodies attached to oblast councils and district councils. And we saw this in the concept paper from 2014. But at the same time, now switching I'm not saying bad things, but things that are lacking in the text of the concept. Specifically, in many situations, the wording, the formulations are very vague. The proposals to fix problems are very vague, they're not specific. The document says the oblast councils must have an executive branch, but what would be their status? And how do we do this? Do we need to change the constitution? And no one says about changing the constitution somehow in this document. That's how I explain it to myself. Maybe because they make this document valid just for the time of the martial law. But even for this time, we have to see the future, the strategy. Where do we go? What are we going to do after the martial law is lifted? Because for the martial law, we can prepare many different things and put them into effect, and then suddenly we realize that they need to be rebuilt and changed, which is not constructive. That's why lack of any perspectives and this restricted time horizon, limited with the martial law, that is a downside of this concept. Then there is one more problem. The problem that we see in the text of the concept, and I'm now switching to the next problem, which was in the spotlight last year. It's the problem of drawing the line between the powers of different levels of public governance. So we should say between levels, right? Not between bodies of governance, because usually we attach powers to bodies, right? That's our tradition, post-Soviet tradition. And oftentimes the terms do not match. We do not have compliance with European terms and the experts that use them. So the key problem with the concept paper and draft law, which was introduced into the parliament, it's the financial system that they are proposing to use, whereby local government has to be funded through local taxes, land tax, real estate tax, and some other local or locally collected revenue. So in these documents, and there's been a 2-month discussion. It started in September last year, and the European experts joined the discussions, and they said, look, in Europe, we do not have that. In Europe, local governance in most of the countries use the individual income tax as the main source of revenue. So people either partially or fully pay it into the local budget of the community. And local government is using these funds to exercise their powers, right? They provide services to their local residents from these funds. And in our case, then we are supposed to have them as delegated powers, because they will then be funded from the national budget, from the national revenue. And this breakdown, this difference is very hard to understand. Why they are going to do this? We have the Ministry of Finance. We have some experts who stand their ground, and they say that's the only way. And Europe cannot tell us what to do. I hoped that this problem will be dealt with last year, but it wasn't. And we now have to draft all this legislation based on the existing system. where you cannot talk about expanding or giving more powers to local level, to local government, because in that case, they will lose their revenue. Because all the revenue is linked firmly to delegated powers, because that revenue comes from the national level taxes. Of course, they are earmarked and specifically designated for local government in the shape of individual income tax. But those are the key events that took place last year, where we tried to actively participate. Something was successful, something wasn't. But in fact, those are the things that we will continue working on this year. And I wanted to emphasize on all these matters so that in the next presentations, the experts could probably touch upon these topics briefly. Thank you so much. Thank you for in-depth presentation. Thank you for this critical view. And now I'm giving floor to Vasil Kulbin. He is professor, PhD in public administration. He's going to talk about delineation between powers, between different levels of government, and he's going to continue the discussion started just now. All right, thank you so much. You know, this is an issue with a very long history, and there were a lot of developments, theoretical developments mostly, between 2009 and 2015, when the local governance reform was prepared. And at the time, a lot of articles were published, dissertations were defended, including a doctor's thesis. But these developments did not translate into a bill, into a draft law. And today, when the powers are distributed at the local level, they are not very well justified when they are given to those local government bodies. And we have a lot of redundancy in this regard. And this problem became more acute because when we redistribute the powers in the system of local governance, which is a system, there are functional ties between the elements of the system, and they make us revise the powers of other elements, such as district and oblast councils. We failed to address this issue, and we made the problem of effectiveness of the system more acute. So what we do now are very important things. And there are several approaches, at least two. This redistribution of powers, reallocation of powers could be done based on our own understanding. You understand that the system works, then you make some diagnostic exercise and redistribute based on certain principles. Then you may take into consideration Constitution and the international treaties, including the European Charter of Local Governance and the recommendations of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. Then in this case, you have to take into consideration the limitations which exist today. And that makes us be more attentive with regard to what we suggest. In our Constitution, some norms are prescribed based on the concept of local governance. And it would be better when the powers are allocated to use one concept and build everything on that. Using three concepts is a tricky task, and I personally would never undertake it. You must remember that local governance is not a part of the public administration mechanism in Ukraine. And we remember that the Constitution says that local governance is in the focus of public administration, and the human being is in the focus as well. And the government is guaranteeing all the rights and freedoms all across Ukraine, not just in the city of Kyiv. And then there is the conflict between the European Charter and our concepts. Igor mentioned about it. We don't have executive bodies at the level of districts and oblasts. And there is no best practice about how to delineate powers between central government and local governments in the EU. they all do it as they see fit, based on the objective that the government, that the nation has, their legal tradition, and so on. So using something as a golden standard is not possible. But the distribution of powers is based on the interest of human beings, not just as a biological, but also spiritual people, citizens. And we have to aggregate all these needs together and see how they will be realized and how much it would cost and how effective it would be at different administrative and territorial levels. After that, we will then have our reallocation. If we look at the theory of state or theory of government, it's easy to allow for such redistribution because in this theory they talk about performing powers at different levels, and then you just break it down by levels, and then you go horizontally, and that's it. But when we talk about a dual theory, dualistic theory, then you cannot just do it because this theory says that it's not just the local governance that is in charge, but also central government. And then there is the third sector, CSOs and business as well. So building such a system, having that type of distribution is very, very difficult. And we're then dealing with the first model. We looked at how things can be done there. And of course, we took into consideration model 2 and 3. So we are calling upon our legislature to decide on one model of local governance, which would allow us addressing not just this issue, but also for the future. It would help deal with misunderstanding, and it would simplify our search for solutions. Okay, I think I said too much. And yeah, so someone had a comment? No? The slides were not switching. All right, so we did not know how to use the clicker.
Особливо для чоловіка. При цьому ми повинні... Так. Ще хотів би сказати, що у нас є принаймні 3 стимули.
I also wanted to mention 3 stimuli making us do this. Number one, it's the war. We will lose this war if we don't have a proper public administration system, then integration with the EU. And thirdly, it's the creation of the new world, where recommendations of the European Commission or European Union for us and for them will become obsolete, and we will have to find a new administration system which matches the paradigm of the new world, and that's how we can make our state more competitive. I mentioned this about the needs and how they're aggregated, and I mentioned the Maslow pyramid, and based on that, we stand up a system for public administration and local governance and distribution of powers. And we may also set up different types of qualifications. We may use different attributes. For example, who is the actor here, like in Poland? If it's different, if it's based on who is financing or who is implementing or the level of autonomy, then we will have 8 groups in total. But from my understanding, my personal view, these details are needed for better analysis and for seeing nuances. But for local governance and for their purpose, you have to have a simpler, more basic approach. And also, we have to be guided by the recommendations of the Committee of Ministers. They are very useful, especially when we talk about distribution of powers for providing public services. They explain clearly how to do this right. This is from 2007, the Committee of Ministers. And I see that time flies, I cannot stop it.
Відповідно, ми сформували принцип
So,
розмежування повноважень органами
we formed
влади
the principles for distribution of power, and it's based on international legal acts, including the European Charter of Local Governance. And you see the links there. And some of the principles were added based on our understanding. So I think there are 12 principles, if I'm not mistaken. Right. And the criteria for such distribution. If we talk about the entire process of redistribution of powers, then this criteria will allow you to understand better which specific power goes where, down to local government or central government, or maybe it's the level of public administration. So then the local government distribution of powers is totally different. You know, it needs its own system of principles, and then you create criteria based on that as an independent system, and then you have your distribution of powers there. Why so? Because we understand that the system is built in such a way where one element, when it changes, creates change in other elements through cascading effects. So the entire system may be revised completely, and as a result, the system may also decompose. Right? That is the option that we are also discussing. There could be a regional governance, and then local governance will work only at the level of territorial communities, maybe at the level of district councils, which will share the interest, the common interest of the territorial communities. So we provide qualification for the relevant powers, and then the distribution of powers may happen in the constitution or in the law. We may sign agreements. It can be done. The European Charter also says that the delegated powers can be provided from the central level or the regional level down to the local, and they will be called delegated powers. And they delegate only those powers that belong to those local government bodies. And the state can, of course, provide other powers, but they are provided, not delegated, and that's what the Constitution says. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Vasil. Unfortunately, we cannot give you more time. I see that you have brought a lot of materials, and that is a good evidence of the fact that you dived deep. Yes, I was preparing to present during one academic hour. Right, next speaker, please now. Alexander Bosch, who is the expert from the Political Reform Center, and he's going to talk about admin and territorial division and issues of legal regulation. Greetings, dear colleagues. Can I get a clicker, please? Thank you so much.
Ну, власне, з основних проблем.
So speaking about the key problems, key issues which we identified, it's clear that the reform process started in 2014 when the concept was adopted, and in the concept, they said that at step one, we have to amend the constitution. There were some attempts in 2015 and 2019. There were some developments, but there were no amendments made to the constitution. Then we faced a full-scale invasion, then the martial law was introduced, and we realized that the changes will not occur until the martial law is lifted, until the war is over, and when we start the process of reform. So, because of all that, there is a problem, right? And we still have to continue the decentralization reform. And from our standpoint, the key problems that can be addressed without amending the constitution include the problem of non-recognizing community as the basic level territorial unit, or failure to accept them as a territorial unit at all, and lack of legal regulation for the administrative and territorial division of Ukraine. So what are those communities, territorial communities? That is a territorial, administrative and territorial unit based on the Constitution and applicable law. The Constitution identifies them as residents of a village, settlement, or several settlements, or even municipality. And the law says that territorial community means their residents, and that is the primary entity or participants of local governance. And they are performing local governance themselves, which is obvious. That community is a primary participant of local governance. And at the same time, the law on the local governance in Ukraine since 2020, when amendments were made, identifies the main stage of reform, saying that oblast, district, and districts in cities, villages, they are the main participants, and they never provide a definition for administrative and territorial unit. The Constitution of Ukraine fails to identify them as administrative and territorial units. So the legal nature is not properly explained, and I will speak later about why. The law on local governance from 2020 had some changes, and they introduced the concept of the territorial community, and it is identified as an integral territory of a community where they exercise their powers. And they, in fact, mark the creation of a administrative and territorial unit. From our standpoint, Romada community can be such a unit at the basic level, and it's in line with the Constitution, Article 133 of the Constitution. The Article 133 is talking about a system of administrative and territorial division, which includes the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, oblasts, districts, cities, then districts in cities, villages, and settlements. And there's no, from our standpoint, does not contain the definition of administrative and territorial units. It just gives a list of components of such a system, which includes the units such as the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, oblasts, and districts, and then the municipalities, villages, towns, cities, and the elements of the internal organization of cities, such as districts in cities, and the villages, cities. They all have the status of settlements, which are the elements of the administrative and territorial division. And they are not themselves the administrative and territorial units. The status, in fact, the community has. And the law from 2023, adopted law on the regulation of some issues of admin territorial division, does not really address the issues. So from our standpoint, the community has to become a primary administrative and territorial unit at the basic level, and they have to be a proper link in this system, because they are uniting villages, settlements, and cities, which are part of the system of administrative and territorial division based on the Constitution of Ukraine. Talking about the administrative and territorial unit, in the decision of the Constitutional Court, in the judgment of the Constitutional Court, on this case, they call it a compact component, which is used for proper administration of governance. So the Romada community can also become such a unit. And to continue the decentralization reform and to fix the misalignment of terminology, such as the territorial community, we have to adopt a law on the admin and territorial division of Ukraine, whereby we say that this unit is just a part of the territory of Ukraine with identified limits and administrative center, which is a special foundation for organizing the operations of central or local government. And the Romada community at this time is the basic primary unit for the purposes of local governance, consisting of one or several settlements with adjacent territories. And speaking about the law and adoption of the law on administrative and territorial division, Article 92 of the Constitution says that the law of Ukraine can only define the administrative and territorial division. The law on local governance is not regulating these issues, and they have a note in the transitional provisions that some issues will be regulated prior to adopting the law on the administrative and territorial division. So according to the above-mentioned decision, this constitutional provision must be understood in a way whereby the issues of territorial division, and especially the identification of such issue, and the legal status and the types of administrative and territorial units, and the powers of the bodies vis-a-vis resolving the delineation of duties should be regulated by law. So the law on local governance is not regulating this issue right now. So what kind of things, what kind of definitions we suggest to use in the law? Admin-territorial division should be defined as historic, geographic, social, cultural, historic factors of organizing the territory of Ukraine with a breakdown by admin and territorial units. So the definition of these units was mentioned already, and administrative and territorial units would be the basic level units, that's the gromada or community, and then sub-regional and regional. And then we offer to use auxiliary level, which is districts and cities, and I already spoke about the definition of community. Now, speaking about other parts of the draft law, we have to provide clear explanation to other components. We have to prescribe the procedure, how the communities are liquidated, how the borders are changed, and on top of that, we suggest to describe the process for changing the boundaries of oblasts. And separately, we want to resolve admin-territorial issues at the community level themselves. And then there will be a separate section on introducing the register of admin-territorial units. Thank you for your attention, dear colleagues. I think I made it right on time. Yes, you saved us time. Very well. Thank you so much. Just give me the clicker, please. The next person to present. I think I will present. Please show me the presentation.
Так, я попрошу презентацію.
May I have my presentation on the screen?
Поки немає. Ну, це назва панелі. Да.
Okay, so my presentation is on legislative consolidation of the status of a community and implementation of the monitoring procedures to monitor their status. I'd like to say that the subject matter, this topic, is one of the areas of our project activities. And before I speak about some specific details, I'd like to note some problems related to legislative support to the local self-government in general. Many of them have been mentioned already by other experts. Of course, first of all, it's the absence of amendments to the Constitution of Ukraine. We can see very serious impact of this problem over the legislative regulation. Now I'd like to say that this is an obstacle changing our ideas on what we have to do in our vision over the reform of the local self-government, because the reforms that we are doing are not really full and complete. We discussed this serious document on peculiarities of the reform of local self-government under the martial law and preparation for accession to the EU. So I'm pleased to say that this bill has been changed to correct the methodological mistake committed initially, but it never mentions amendments to the Constitution of Ukraine and the status of a community as a legal entity of public law. So, for instance, the document mentions the need to introduce self-governance at the regional level, but how can it be done without changing the Constitution of Ukraine? I would also like to say that there are some others, as I believe, systemic mistakes, lack of full implementation of European Charter or local self-governments, and as Alexander mentioned, we have a bit obsolete administrative-territorial foundations for decentralization. But there is a number of issues also related to legislative support to the reform of the community as such. First of all, we do not have current and actual legislation on community self-governments. We do have communities, but we do not have heads of communities, or you can have a head, but actually it's not real manager. There is lack of delimitation of powers between executive power and local self-governments. It's some problems with understanding of municipal property, etc. I'd like to note a link in this chain which can help solving a number of problems that we are discussing. What I'm talking about is granting to a community the status of legal entity under public law. We have the team of experts who worked on this the topic, Mr. Kubida, Mr. Kolyushka, Borislavska, Mr. Elnitsky, those who prepared quite a big, very good quality monography, which now is being translated into English and will be published in English, and it's there where we can see how the status of legal entity can help solving of these shortcomings. That's actually about following the European path, thus ensuring legal autonomy of the communities with their own powers, organizational independence, financial independence, public control over activities of such legal entities. That's about accountability, mentioned by Ms. Shuliak. So all these problems can be solved through granting the status of legal entity under public law. Of course, this idea, I believe, is gradually gaining more and more supporters. I cannot see opposition to the CDN level of public government. Some scholars have a bit obsolete views with this regard, but I can say that there is a strategic path that we need to really finalize. So talking about tasks of Ukraine within the context of European integration, certainly due to our European obligations, in particular that's about accession to the EU. That's our key topic, and I'd like to say that all these tasks have to be performed before 2027, as it was declared by the President of Ukraine. He clearly stated that all tasks related to achievement of certain standards and execution of the tasks as provided by the documents have to be completed and finalized before 2027, which will demonstrate full readiness of Ukraine to join EU. For that purpose, certainly we need to work more on specific aspects without losing the overall high-level vision of the set of the tasks in the context of EU accession. Strengthening of the legal status of communities is just one aspect, but there is another aspect, which is the question how should we assess level of community development. For instance, just the day before yesterday, we had a big conference on this matter, and I need to say that Ukraine is just making the first steps to assess capabilities of the communities. This capability assessment that was conducted since 2014 and was mostly oriented towards helping amalgamation of the communities is not sufficient today, because today we need to assess not just capabilities of the communities in the light of their amalgamation, but we need to assess the status of their development and efficiency of local self-government. For that purpose, we need to establish a systemic national mechanism. I want to inform you now that we developed respective indicators. They are 58 indicators grouped into groups by 10, which can be a good basis for establishing a national system to monitor the condition of the communities and the basis for the self-government. The foundation of this assessment of efficiency and the condition of the communities are relevant standards of Council of Europe and EU, in particular EU statistical system, European network for monitoring the development, as so-called system to assess institutional capabilities of the EU, and also European label of governance excellence. In fact, it covers 12 principles of good democratic governance at the local level. Here we need to define the operators of the systems, collectors of the information, and also the statistical system is required for that too. So, before I conclude my speech, I'd like to offer the floor to our expert, Oleg Ilnitsky, who will talk on the topic of prospects of reforming municipal statistics. Please, the floor is yours. In the meantime, I'd like to make a remark, if I may. Of course, you are right by saying that the concept never mentions a community as legal entity. In part that's true, but in part it's not. Because in fact it has a line item, regulation of legal status of the community according to the practice of EU members and adaptation of Ukrainian legislation to the requirements of membership with EU. Because I remember we had some criticism of the concept because of lack of such provision. Well, it's not self-explanatory, of course. This word status can mean different things as a legal entity, non, or any specific status, whatever. But thank you. You actually mentioned that we are moving in the right direction. So we'll try to make sure this direction is still right. Now, please, the floor to our next speaker. Good afternoon. Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you see my presentation? Yes, we can hear you. Now I think we'll see your presentation.
Олег Володимирович, ви, будь ласка, спробуйте самі запустити вашу презентацію.
Why don't you try to launch it yourself? Just share your screen. Can you see it now?
Ще ні.
Not yet.
Олег Володимирович, ми тут
Okay.
зараз запустимо вашу
We'll launch your presentation in the meantime. You
Добре?
will tell us when to switch slide.
Так.
Okay, so that's here it is. Thank you indeed. Please, the next slide. So indeed, to continue the previous speaker, I would mention that official statistic today is an important factor which is required to overcome the old obsolete Soviet approach, which was aimed at oppressive control, rather than an element to ensure communities' capabilities, but it was viewed as indirect control over the community activities. We know that now statistics is an important communicative channel for public government, which also is expected to ensure proper control over the incoming information, but not for purposes of represalias, but rather as a feedback. So a decision-making authority make their decision on the basis of clear and exhaustive information which is based on the real indicators of the current time. So we need to recognize that the community needs to be able to obtain the respective information to be defined according to the scope of competence of the community within the context of delimitation of powers between different levels of public governance. So we need to recognize administrative level of a community as a level for functioning of the statistical mechanism. As of today, we already have Ukrainian legislation defining the duty of territorial community authorities of statistical information within the framework of implementation of the central government's regional policy strategy, further development of territorial communities, matters of post-war recovery of Ukraine, for which we're all working, plans for further development of territorial communities. For all that, we need to verify the statistical information. If we talk about a capable territorial community, as it was mentioned, here we need to ensure convergence of Ukrainian government system based on the principles of European statistical system, which includes regionalization of statistical activities, and already now Ukraine is using respective standards, which actually so far are limited to the level of Ukrainian regions. Still, it is possible to use the statistical systems for purposes of making competent decisions at the level of territorial unit, which actually matches the notion of territorial community in Ukraine or any other piece, functional element of any territory. If we are talking about Ukrainian legislation today, in spite of and we can see this new version of the law on official statistics, which certain was highly variated, but the real study of the content of this legislation and its implementation indicates that mostly official statistics work at the level of the state and the regions. But if we look at the real comparison between use of statistical indicators and the way they are applied, such statistical approach should support the whole system, and actually here where the competences of every level of the government have to be applied to have clear characterization of the life of any territorial community, which certainly is the right approach for the current situation to ensure proper decision-making by the communities, and also in order to be able to assess the capabilities of community. Under current conditions, Ukraine does not have an opportunity to implement it all in view of scarce resources, including human resources, financial, etc. But we insist that we need to continue all these steps aimed at the reform by implementing the concept of formation of the model of municipal statistics with consideration of the best international practice and experience, where no matter what the model is, many countries of EU have functional statistics as a part of the statistical system, and once we have, the statistical authorities operate at every statistical level, but still belonging to a functionally centralized system, and these indicators and factors are universal, and the unique and silk methodology is applied, and the main areas of municipal statistics are about demography, labor market, business, the income, housing, environment, which certainly matches the competencies of territorial communities, although this information is complete in every country, depending on their system. And also territorial authorities can initiate collection of information in any other areas to collect the indicators they need.
Від окремих статистичних спостережень. Натомість інформатизоване середовище, в якому ми проживаємо,
This is the environment where we live. Digitalization, informatization of processes mean that, by and large, the information that is required, it's already used by the state, and it's based on certain classifications. And in this case, we talk about admin data. And this data sits in the registers being used by the state. So the development of this system, the system of municipal statistics, also envisages provision of access to the impersonalized or impersonal statistical information which sits in the relevant government registers. And it also requires proper security and personal data protection. So these measures, they transform statistics from the instrument, from the tool of reporting into the management tool or governance tool, which is used at the level of community. So next slide, please. When we summarize this experience, we suggest to use the following steps vis-a-vis reform of the municipal statistics of Ukraine. First and foremost, we have to identify it as a complete element of the national statistical system. Specifically, when we talk about physical information, which is local at the territorial community level, also the functional and other types of territories, which are fully in line with the definition of such a unit based on the classifier of the state civil service. Then management of such statistics should be properly streamlined by identifying participants, clients, customers whose activity will be coordinated on the basis of the functional centralization by the specially authorized entity, which will act as an intermediary. And that is a question about organizational status. And it will be coordinated with the central government body who's responsible for official statistics. So identify criteria in the system of indicators of municipal statistics that would take into consideration, first and foremost, the competencies of local governance and territorial communities, and then in the future, using the same method, the nature of implementing such competencies would be properly prescribed through the rule of territorial communities, through the right of territorial communities to initiate certain surveys and to introduce indicators which will, among other things, be used to evaluate how capable are they. And then sources of statistical information must be properly also documented, and access should be provided to information contained in the state registers with appropriate security mechanisms. And consideration of procedural elements of all the operations in the field, and also considering the issues which always go at the end in our legal drafting, but it has to be the first thing. It's the issue of guarantees, financial guarantees for functioning of the system of municipal statistics, considering also the fact that these powers are not delegated by the state, right? Considering the fact that this information is very important for making informed decisions, for implementing competencies of territorial communities, and they have to have proper financial backing to do this by the state in line with the concept of the operations of this territorial community. Thank you for your attention. Apologies for technical glitches.
Ну от, по цьому чути. Так,
Okay,
дякуємо.
we can hear now. Thank you, Oleg. Thank you very much. Thank you for your courage. In spite of being unwell, you still participated in this event. Thank you so much. So let's continue with our presentations. Now I'm giving floor to Anton Chirkin, who is an expert from the Legal Reform Center, and he's going to talk about the principles of the European Local Governance Charter and how EU countries implement those principles. And he's going to talk about practical experiences for Ukraine. Right, I hope you can hear. So, greetings, colleagues. I'm gonna add a little bit more information to this panel. I'll be talking about international experience. I'll talk about the potential application of EU practices in our realities. And the topic was already presented, and I hope that they will now start showing my presentation. And I will specifically talk about these relevant issues. Well, when there was a Ukraine report published, and they made this type of conclusions about high level of centralization. No one talked about fiscal decentralization separately. They talked about a bad review vis-a-vis the function of the heads of administrations, and a lot has been done. And at the same time, based on this research, we can already see what they focus on in these reports, and specifically which aspects are emphasized, right, in terms of assessment. Now, let's talk about the key issues, the key problems which the relevant reports underline. And these issues which they focus on, they are cross-cutting, and they deal with many countries. So first and foremost, lack of own powers. Oftentimes, they talk about a lack of clear distribution of powers, and they call it entanglement of powers in terms of their distribution between levels of governance. Then there is another important aspect, which is also an issue, lack of regulation of regional governance in many countries. Then, speaking about other problems and issues, it's ubiquitous or cross-cutting issue, dealing with selection of and hiring of proper personnel and having financial backing and available resources. That's an issue for local officials, and proper remuneration for their work. And then there was an issue in terms of proportionality of state supervision. So it's part 3 of Article 8 of the Charter, and there are issues there that they notice in many countries, and they quite often talk about it. Then, speaking about high level of fragmentation in the municipalities, you see, right, which countries are in question here. So Czech Republic, 6,200 municipalities. So that's the distribution we had in the country, and in the reports of the Monitoring Committee, they talked on multiple occasions about it. And again, this cross-cutting issue, which is about finances, financial backing. Unfortunately, there is a trend, which they mentioned in the report, about the inability to use own revenue. So local budgets do not have that ability, and the trend is to restrict that type of financial backing for local governance by offering state guarantees, government guarantees, and subsidies. And you have a list of countries where this problem is acute. And then there is another separate issue dealing with failure to comply with Article 6 of the Charter. Specifically, lack of consultation between levels of government is highlighted. So we talk about associations and representatives of central government. Now, at the same time, in the research, we focus on the countries where there is proper compliance with the standards of the Charter, and where we have positive assessments and evaluations, such as the Scandinavian countries. And there are some common, of course, features which I mentioned in the report. There is a clear trend in terms of highly enrooted consultation culture. So it's because there is trust from the public to the local government, to the government in general. And there is a confirmation of that. The last elections, local elections in Sweden, had a turnout at the level of 80%, including a lot of young people. And then there is a separate issue, which they talk about, is the social support, social safety net, and how much does it cost for local governments to pay for health services, for pensions, And of course, that translates into a lot of spending, and there needs to be support from the state for that type of spending. And it will be mentioned in the shape of figures on the next slide. And then on the slide also, you see some of the excerpts from the reports, some quotes with opinions about each country. So Finland specifically, they say that decentralization is a cornerstone of Finnish democracy. And then a separate report which deals with Denmark. And if we look at all the 45 countries, I'm not going to mention Ukraine here, but speaking about the volume of report, Denmark has the biggest report, the largest, and there are many aspects talking about compliance with the charter. In some cases, they exemplary those cases, and the country enjoys high level of fiscal decentralization. And please have a look at how much they spend to support local governments as part of, as a share of the GDP, and that is ranking number one from other, compared to other countries. Then there is this culture of consultation, and so on. Sweden ranks second. And at the same time, there is a significant feature about Sweden in a high level of employment for the entire public sector. So we talk about public sector employees who are employed at the local level. So 83%. So apart from the Scandinavian countries who have the highest ratings in terms of compliance with the charter, we also have Germany here, and the general opinion, which you can see on the slide, is as follows. So high level of autonomy of local governance and highly organized independence, organizational independence, and emphasis on adherence to the supremacy of law principle. And also they pay a lot of attention to protecting local governance, and we will talk about that more specifically later, because here in this part and in the research, there were some separate pages, about 10 pages, dedicated to compliance with Article 11 of the Charter. And this is where, in this section, we have to use the experience that they have. In other words, we should, at the legislative level, provide for the right to protect local government. Right? They should have the right to go to the constitutional court, right? Many countries can do that. So let's have a comparative analysis of each and every report vis-a-vis Article 11 with breakdown by country. So even if in the country they have universal access to general jurisdiction court by local governments, and they have access to admin justice for protection, but if they don't have the right to go to the constitutional court, especially when we talk about the recommendation section, it's in every report, so they talk about it there. Bulgaria is a good example of such an issue. In this country, the constitutional court may address issues about the distribution of powers between the local and national government, but they don't have a direct rule talking about protection of rights of local governments, and there is a recommendation in the report to fix it. And Italy, for example, Czech Republic, they only allow regional governments to apply to the constitutional courts. And then there is another separate aspect, separate focus on Germany, because there in this country at the constitutional level, they affirm this right. And then in different lands of Germany, in Bavarian constitution, there is such a right. It's called the People's Municipal Complaint. And these local governments from Bavaria may apply to their constitutional court and to get their rights protected. So this right for self-governance is very well protected through this municipal complaint. Germany is not the only country in this regard. At the constitutional level, similar powers are available in Croatia and Spain. So Latvia also worth mentioning, because if we are comparing to other countries, Latvia referred to it when they implement the principles of the Charter. So You see on the slide over here, we look at this very long time period, 1997, 2015, so 38 complaints. So it means that there are very few problems, right? But then this entire fact that it's mentioned in the law, you know, they allow for protecting the rights of local government in such a way that is a very positive thing, and that may be applied in Ukraine as well. And then the opinions, conclusions, trends, that's what we try to identify based on this comparative analysis of the reports. So the availability of this single act, you know, the availability of charter, its certification, and adherence to principles in the national legislation of countries, that is a fact. And at the same time, each and every country has its own original traditions of local governance. And that fully correlates with this modern-day comment about the charter, because there could be some derogations, because it is conditioned by the existing traditions. In Croatia, for example, at the legislative level, there is an opportunity for the government to terminate early the representative and the executive bodies of local government. And in the report, they also talk about some signs of violation of proportionality of public supervision, and there are legal norms supporting that. Speaking about Netherlands, formally, by law, the mayors are appointed by a monarch, but practically the mayor is elected in the parliament, and then the ministry promotes the recommendation, and then the king signs off on it. So those are the features, the specifics. And there is another opinion which we want to show you. In the process of reform of local governance and improving it and stepping up decentralization, we may see changes. In the 90s, Hungary went through many reforms, especially of local government reforms, and they were quite successful. In 2004, they became members of the EU, but starting 2010, we clearly observed the strategy of centralization or re-centralization of public power and governance. This is the second report about Hungary.
So this is the second report with regard to Hungary, where they pay attention to restriction of the powers. Actually, they have now 23 public administrations, state administrations, whose powers were sometimes restricted. And moreover, the central government could even interfere with the activities of the regional authorities. The key thesis, key point is that the development and reform of local self-government are continuous processes. This is confirmed by the practice of developed European countries. Here is an example of France, which actually had implemented some reforms of territorial system, but they returned to this practice later on in the 20s. Belgium actually implemented 6 reforms, and although the country is federalized, it's one of the most decentralized European countries. United Kingdom in 2016 adopted the law on the cities and decentralization of powers of local self-government. Italy, it's a separate issue. Since 2014, they have been implementing the municipal reform, where the goal is to introduce the notion of metropolitan cities, which will then be regulated by the Council of Provinces. Plus, they have secondary representation through the local councils elected by the representatives of the municipalities. Actually, still there are many discussions around this law. The process that is actually related to the development means that this matter is really relevant and it only needs further and deeper studies. Thank you for this comparative study, what we can borrow actually to bring it to the grounds of Ukraine. Now we have speeches of representatives of Ukrainian Association. Alexander Slobodjanek, Executive Director of Association of Ukrainian Cities Online. Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues. I'm happy to greet all of you. I hope you can hear me well. I would like to be with you offline, give you hugs, because it's very important for Ukrainians now to get united. And now I'm on a business trip, which certainly will make a good contribution, practical contribution to our discussion today. We are talking about strategic problems of development of local self-government. The first element which I'd like to pay attention to is that unfortunately as of today, at all levels, the managerial decisions are made not on the basis of the data, but rather on the basis of intuition, with some grades of political goals. Then they are often challenged and cancelled. Like, one of the mayors just told me this morning, does not that remind you a story described by a Ukrainian humorist when his character broke his heart, but it never helped. So actually I'm talking about the reform of local self-government, but about the reform of the functioning of the public government in general. So I'm very thankful to Mr. Elnitsky for this emphasis on municipal statistics for purposes of reform. Certainly that would help decreasing the current risks. Another point, if you talk to any community, you will hear that in fact we are facing re-centralization in the conditions of large-scale evasion under the cover of ensuring public security, thus restricting rights and freedoms of local self-government. I have some statistical data because sometimes when you talk to local self-governments, you feel it like an emotion. But our activity here is not just to exchange opinions. We live in this country, our children will continue living in this country. We want to make communities fully capable. So when you look at the statistics, you get scared with the figures. From the moment of large-scale invasion, 311 territorial communities do not have mayors who were legally elected. What does that mean? I think we all understand. We have here many people who had a chance to run complicated administrative systems, and you understand how dangerous it is from the point of view of management of communities. We have several hundreds of military administrations for various populated centers. The actually explanation was that it was done to strengthen the defense capability of Ukraine. But if you visit local communities where the military administrations were implemented, you can see that was done for political reasons. Now there are a number of oblast centers that do not have their mayors. Then we could see this system on 7th December in 2022, where there was a lawsuit against Mayor of Chernihiv. It was clearly a demonstrative lawsuit, because if you read the judgment, stating that this judgment is delivered for educational purposes with regard to the heads of villages or towns. So we just seize the powers of a mayor to educate others. That's clearly a novelty in case law of Ukrainian courts. And point 3 is double power. Well, I don't want to engage in political discussions, but you understand, if you have two heads running the community, say Kyiv, Chernihiv, or Sumy, Velika Pesarivka, Varosh, Nitishin, and there is no clear delimitation of their powers, then who lose are the citizens. So if we open the Civil Protection Code, say we often hear that a mayor should be punished because there is no shelter for population, but I look at this code and I cannot see who clearly is responsible for such shelters, which means nobody is. So for all these 30 years, we've been in this situation. So it's not about capabilities. That's why European Commission report has mentioned several times the need to introduce criteria for functioning of military administrations. Of course, our challenges are unique. No other country has ever had such challenges, but we've been in this situation for years already, and we need to make sure that because of our decisions, local self-government is not weakened. Take the city of Kryvyi Rih. Last year, the city is divided into two sectors. One where the municipal enterprises are in charge, and all apartments are heated. There is a local territorial administration where there are serious problems with heating. So that's a good example. So when we open the presidential decree on any military administration, well, we have practice with the courts to defend the rights of civilian administration. We understand that on the occupied territories or territories where there are hostilities, that looks like a logical step. But I tell you that because of failure to comply with the procedures, 33 communities had their military administrations which were not receiving any salaries, although on the paper it all looked good. So when we discussed during the budget process about strategic planning and budgeting, actually local self-governments were deprived of balances of the funds. Well, this is kind of a safety pillow, if you will. They do need to have such a reserve, and if the public authority does not have that entailed a crime because the salary was not paid on time. So later on, there were many voices in favor of the restoring the powers of the Association of the Cities, but this is about the public administration. How can an individual performing functions of the state operate without salary? So what I'm trying to say, that we do not have strategic planning. We do not have strategic budgeting. You can call it whatever PIM, MIM, but it's not about wording. Ask anybody from the local government. Have they ever seen any figures for education at their level? Because the ministry didn't share those figures with anybody last year, and this year they did the same. And some communities have sufficient subventions for 3 months, some for 8 months, but it doesn't work. And now we are telling Ukrainians, hey, come back to Ukraine. Who will come back? Imagine a mother who is now in Warsaw. She's employed. She would like to come back to the city of Bucha. It was reconstructed, recovered thanks to international partners. She makes a phone call to her school teacher. Then she asks, should I come back? What would this teacher tell her? She would tell her, you know, probably the director of the school is hiding something. I'm not sure whether I will be paid my salary next month because there are some ideas about reduction of number of schools, reduction of number of teachers who will become unemployed. Then we'll be consuming these benefits for unemployment. So the director of the school in turn believes that the chief of local educational sector, the council, actually is hiding something from him. What would this mother do? She would then place these children to local Polish school. And the probability of her not coming back becomes 80%, and she pays taxes in Poland. And Poland gets everything, her taxes and everything. What are the losses of Ukraine? We are talking about losses equal to approximately 0.79% of GDP, just because of lack of timely managerial decision and strategic approach. So these people who are still in Poland didn't pay their personal income tax, they didn't spend money in Ukraine, and that sort of leads to further reduction of productions, and this is all about losses and losses and losses. Another important point about the budget decentralization stopped at the phase 1. During this large-scale invasion, many powers were transferred to the local self-government without transferring any financial resources. The people who work at the administrative service centers are paid their salaries. That's a good reform based on the principle of subsidiarity. We continue trying to continue this reform in the parliament, but they do not have any financial support provided by the budget. Talking about shelters, yes, some government, the central government says, yes, we transferred to the local level 7 billion, but there was no control, no decision-making, no strategic thinking. And you know how many criminal cases arose. Like last year, we heard from our ministers about the gaps in the state budget. So the recommendation of the ministers was to contact local mayors. Why that happened? Because actually the personal income tax collection was again returned to the central government. Because actually what happened, we combined Soviet system with obsolete system to support the armed forces of Ukraine. Those who became militaries used to be or had been the taxpayers in their communities as businessmen, employees, etc. But within this framework, nobody of the enforcement, nobody from the uniformed services pays any taxes. So here you can see where the losses come from for the state budget, because when you have real decentralization, the taxes get closer to the consumer. And my last point, now we're using mobile communications. I'm talking from a community, but this mobile communication is supported by the generators purchased by the municipal authorities, because actually now private operators, according to the governmental decision, should be paid by local governments. So we certainly need to really reconsider these recentralization processes so that the respective powers in the budgetary sphere are returned back to the local governments. Then we'll have the real reform. Thank you for your attention.
Так. Дуже дякуємо, пане Олександре.
Thank you indeed, Alexander,
Емоційну і
for this emotional and very professional conversation. It's always interesting to listen to you. We also wish you success in your mission that you are doing now. Now the floor is offered to Ivan Slobodyanik, Executive Director, member of the Board of Ukrainian Association of Communities. Please make sure you're within time frame.
ми вас бачимо.
Yes, we can see you. Now we'll have the sound on, I hope. So far. Yes, here is the mic. Yes. Good afternoon. Dear colleagues, I apologize for not being with you offline because I am on my way back from Cherkasy. But I can hear all the speeches that are pronounced, all this general discussion, strategic. Now we're talking rather about tactical level. I fully agree with everything I have heard, so it doesn't make sense to add anything to it. If you don't mind, I would tackle a few points. First, again, I agree with everything that has been said. What I'd like to say, if you take the subject matter, the context of European integration, I would add to all these problems, actually, the whole decentralization is something that can be solved now and here. What we can see, yes, indeed, some people call it re-centralization, where in many areas of governing the communities, well, that's self-evident. It's not only about powers of military administrations, but it's also about managing water resources, and certainly within the context of this subject matter, it doesn't match the regional policy of European Union.
Я вже це на всіх форумах говорю, по кожній проблематиці.
And I'm
Це десь
talking
порядка
about it at
40
each and every
законодавчих
gathering.
актів, які потрібно або прийняти, або змінити, або не допустити їх прийняття. Чи є позитивні зрушення? Вони теж є.
There are some
Наприклад,
positive
ми побачили в цьому році нарешті,
changes as well.
на чим Мінфін нас почув, чи це якась інша концепція, чи хоча вони пояснюють, що це пов'язано з стратегією національних доходів, власне.
It's connected to the national revenue strategy.
До нас на погодження, і ми вже висловили свою позицію щодо адміністрування місцевих податків і зборів.
So we already presented our view.
Але якщо говорити про наші громади,
But
основним фокусом, якого ми не бачимо, який є
the key
особливо
focus,
посилився
which we need to
в
talk about,
сьогоднішньому контексті,
which
в тому,
becomes
що
more and more
відбувається з
acute
комунальним
in the
господарством
context of
великих
what's happening
Я
with
назвав це,
utilities in big cities. So it's the development of rural areas, rural territories as a separate policy element.
так, що
And this is how it looks like.
завжди це якась певна абстракція.
We
тому
always
здається,
have this
що
kind
це
of
коли
abstract
зараз
thinking,
починають
abstract
їхати в село,
forecasting until trouble
якось
starts.
актуальніше стає питання того ж самого ПДФО за місцем проживання.
And then we have an issue in terms of paying local taxes, supporting local infrastructure.
Питання, чи є у нас така політика?
And there is a huge question. Do we have such a policy in our country for rural development? On one hand, it's an element of the agricultural policy, and in the EU, that's how they call it. All the ministries are called agricultural ministries and rural development. So, and that's how EU prescribe it in their agricultural policy. Apart from the support tools for the agri sector, there is the rural development element. And then there is the cohesion policy, which is also a very important element. And they look at rural areas, villages. When these villages and rural areas were not in the focus of attention, we had a lot of problems, and now they need to be brought back into the spotlight. So which ministry should be responsible for this policy? Of course, it has to be the Ministry of Agricultural Policy, which we don't have now, and the Regional Development Ministry, which we don't have. But there has to be such a situation where several ministries take care of this issue. It's a paradox. And can we ourselves do something in this regard? Yes, I think so. Because we have communication with EU on rural matters, and this communication is getting better and better. So we talk about DG Agri, DG Regio.
Де вони фактично в скринінгу ці всі питання задаються.
So and in the screening, all these questions are asked. And we don't have the answer to these questions, right? Because it's connected to the financial capabilities of the communities. So what kind of problems we may have there? So we have a mayor, one big city, and this mayor says, oh, now we have huge problem in the city with utilities, go and live in the villages. But the infrastructure in the villages is not prepared to host these many people. And people need to pay taxes then, you know, they become residents of this rural community. So there has to be a law in place allowing for that. So administration of local taxes, I'm talking about property tax, land tax. So some communities want to do that. They say, well, give me access to databases. And then there is the forest tax. And then we mostly talk about the west of Ukraine, where there are a lot of forests. So that is the resource which could be key for the local budgets. But there are restrictions in the tax code. That's about the land tax for forest land, and it's 0.01%. So this is really, really small. Then there are some other innovations from 2 years ago. So they amended Article 177, Part 2, dealing with the forests, and it says as follows. I think that's our Ukrainian invention, saying that if there is a forest in the community and this forest is not properly documented, and there was some damage in the forest, and it's not going to be the perpetrated, it's the community that's going to be responsible for damage. So that is a really, really bad thing, and because it entails fines, the environmental inspection will have to impose millions of hryvnia through fines. And there was another interesting thing that happened to the land around water bodies. So initially they said, let's hand over this land to the community. Then some other thing happened connected to those banks, river banks, and land around water bodies. Now they're in the limbo. No one is managing this land. The rivers dry up. You cannot clean them up because you don't have legal powers to do that, to have access to these water bodies, and it needs to be fixed. We understand that fixing it will create another set of problems, and then the rural medicine, then rural education, then other things which should belong to rural development sector, and someone has to take charge there, right? So this abstract term of rural development, it breaks down in multiple policies: health, education, infrastructure, roads, rural roads as well. There are oblast-level roads. I don't have a road fund. So the road fund is formed and paid for through the excise tax. Then there are tractors who buy fuel, they pay excise tax, but they usually operate on rural roads, dirt roads, and there are communities who are prepared to invest in fixing the roads. So if this is an oblast-level road and it belongs to oblast government, then the capital construction directorate says, pay us the money and then we will fix the road. But somehow the cost of repairs is way higher, like 5 times higher. Then the market rate in the community says, no, thank you, we are not going to repair it. So all these elements, all these components, all together, they create a very strange situation. I'm very glad that in presidential telegram channel on February 8, there was a message saying that we have to focus on the rural areas. And everything I'm talking about now, it was mentioned also by the president, and that's a great thing, but how do you implement all this? When there is no institution, when there is no organization that could help implement this. So, obviously, the Ministry of Infrastructure, the Community Ministry will have to do something. The Ministry of Economy will have to do something. Then the Ministry of Environment as well. And some lawmaking should be done. So we also have to propose changes. And that's the only way to comply with the EU rules. And we're going to ask partners from EU to help us, to help us address these problems one by one. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Ivan. Thank you for your expertise. Thank you for sharing the pain and your concerns about local governance. We wish you success in everything you do. So, today I am giving floor to the last speaker in this panel, Sergei Sharshov, Deputy Executive Director of the All-Ukrainian Association of Territorial Communities. Good afternoon, everyone. I represent the Association of United Territorial Communities. The association came about as a result of the local governance reform, and the communities that were formed as a result of the reform created this association. This is a very interesting topic, implementation of local governance reform. And we pay great attention to what is happening, to the processes that take place in Ukraine. And I want to emphasize very briefly the problems, the issues that our association sees in terms of key questions discussed before today. So global level issues, that's the amendments to the Constitution. All the speakers spoke about it. Of course, there are problems with that, and the problems need to be dealt with. But at the same time, I have to say that Ukraine is a very interesting country with different approaches towards implementing the provisions of the Constitution, both positive and negative. But I'm gonna again reiterate that Ukraine is a rule of law country, but with certain specifics, of course. And then Part 2, Article 143 of the Constitution says that oblast and district councils, they approve district and oblast budgets, which are formed from the national budget, and then those budgets in turn are redistributed between local communities. So one of the associations, actually all associations, I'd say, at this level, like ours, cannot apply to the Constitutional Court, cannot complain there. Because this whole decentralization system does not allow for this. And there is one more thing. There is this one family, one country, one life. And understand, I have only one life and one country, and one loved woman, and so on. But there is very little understanding about one citizenship, because that is connected to other legislation, such as the law on service at the local government level, in local government bodies. So it needs to be somehow resolved. I understand that other people have the power to decide whether this is constitutional or not, but this approach, one life, one family, that is really what, right? Maybe people understand it differently, but speaking about amending constitution, I should say, there are 4 key aspects with which I fully agree. There has to be a clarity about definition of admin and territorial units. We don't have that clarity. We have discussions instead. I may mention some counter-arguments, what that means. Is this a settlement? Is this a village? What it is? So is it community and a settlement, like in Poland, or maybe they have a legal entity status, right, of public law. So it needs to be clearly prescribed in the constitution of Ukraine. Secondly, we also have to clearly understand if it's possible to organize proper functioning of local government at rayon or district and oblast level. So it has to also be clearly stated in the law that oblast and district level should have their own executive branch. And we do have a lot of problems with not having them, problems with reforming those local administrations into prefectures. And there is another issue which needs to be mentioned in the Constitution. It's the issue of creating a prefect mechanism, or the mechanism of prefects. So without that, it's going to be quite hard. It's still unclear which functions local governments will have. I'm convinced that they should represent the state. I understand that they should support legality of decision-making by local government. And then there will be another panel later. So I'm just talking about global level issues. So the following panel, I'll talk about other things. Speaking about the local governance reform and how it is connected to reform of prefecture reform. I don't want to talk a lot about it. There was a very good law regulating this, but had the politicians who make decisions agreed with the suggestion of the association and the experts, saying that local administrations, local state administrations will only be responsible for oversight of decision-making by local governments, and they would abandon the sectoral functions and powers which are mentioned in today's legislation, then very soon this bill would be adopted. But I understand the stance of other associations, and we mentioned it as well as association. Many times we are otherwise creating a monster who, apart from just overseeing decision-making.
Приймати якісь відповідні рішення в тих чи інших сферах і галузах. І тут буде в нас, по суті, певна
Will be
конкуренція
doing other things, unrelated things.
Аргументи, які надавалися і нашою асоціацією, і іншими асоціаціями, вони не
We, of course, heard many arguments, we provided many arguments, but they were not accepted. You know, they said that the oblast administrations should be in charge. Then counter-argument was as follows. We had oblast-level municipalities before the reform, and they enjoyed the same powers, same as district administrations. And there was a mirrored structure. But those arguments were not heard. We created territorial communities with exactly the same powers as the oblast-level cities. Now let's talk about a breakdown of powers or distribution of powers. We heard a lot of discussions, but coming back to district and oblast councils, how we can distribute powers without having a fully fledged local government. We simply do not have proper executive bodies at the level of rayon and oblast councils. No matter what we hand over to oblast level, to rayon level, all that ends up at the level of rayon or oblast state administration. So we are, roughly speaking, giving more powers to the central government. So if we fail to set up these two institutions, if they are not properly working, then distribution of powers would not look good. Next, what I wanted to mention, this is about distribution of powers. Before the war, we had a new territorial basis. There were changes already, right? Changes in terms of distribution of powers. Ukraine, in fact, has 3 areas by law where the powers are prescribed. So it's the fundamental law on local governance, and there were no changes there. Then sectoral legislation, there are around 60 different laws where changes were not made. And Ukraine is not the only state in Europe. There are other EU countries where the powers are embedded in the budget code. And our legislature, actually our courts, back in 2020, also saw some amendments. There were changes made in the budget law vis-a-vis the operation of judiciary, and there were certain expenditure articles allocated for that. So we kind of, went halfway. So the changes to the budget code were made. There were no changes made to the local government law, and the sectoral law was not changed as well. Then we started talking about concepts, foundations, powers, and things like that. So when we ended up in this situation, so we have to analyze what's wrong with the budget code. So we then make correction changes, and we then align everything, right? So we align everything if it can be aligned. So we look at the basic law, the fundamental law on local government from 2020, and then we try and work on other codes and secondary legislation to make this alignment happen. Right now, the situation is not good. We just do not understand whether everyone likes everything in terms of changes that took place and why these changes are not aligned with the budget legislation. But that's a separate topic. Of course, we can talk about it for a very long time now. Talking about technical issues, I'm going to be very careful with that. So technical issues that can be addressed. They're very important, by the way. So first and foremost, administration of local taxes and fees. They heard us. There is a very good discussion. Some associations say that administration of local taxes is important. Some say not important, but let's have a look. There are not so many local fees and local taxes. There are only 2, pretty much. The rest is about parking.
З іншого боку, якщо ми візьмемо для прикладу Польщу, то основним завданням Солтеса
let's
якраз
look at
є
Poland. So they have this position of Soltis, and they are responsible for budgeting, for
це аналог українського
supporting local revenue. It's like the alderman in Ukraine.
для українських громад займатися і впроваджувати цей податок.
Then that's how we could organize it.
Оскільки 100% цих податків він іде до місцевого бюджету, то
So this tax is paid into the local budget by and large, right? So everyone is interested in supporting it.
Місцевого бюджету найбільше заінтересованими є безперечно
And of course,
місцевого самоврядування.
local government is very much interested in supporting this tax. If they administer it themselves, then it makes them stronger. It makes them more confident. So if you analyze the Ministry of Finance report about this, the problem mostly lies with the local revenue. You know, inspections, controlling authorities, they don't really pay a lot of attention to administration of such tax. Then individual income tax. There is a lot of discussion what to do with this tax. And the resident lives in a certain territory, right? That resident has the right to be elected into local government, right? That person has the right to vote for candidate that she supports, and she's paying taxes, right? Which is also the right and the duty. And that's how they support local government. So that's an axiom, and I do not know how to explain it to other people. You know, it's quite simple. And more to that, colleagues talked about the so-called power income tax. So we talk about making people pay at the place of registration, pay taxes, I mean. So that would fix the problem. And we have to have the right balance in the budget system. And when we have the balance, we can balance out the budgets and we can close the gaps between the budgets of large cities and communities who don't have a lot of residents and who have small capabilities. Speaking about the definition of capabilities, and I'm almost done. Speaking about the capabilities, I am convinced that the national legislation, European Charter of Local Governance, it says that the capabilities belong to the category of ability to provide proper admin and other public services. So when we evaluate community vis-a-vis their capabilities, we must base ourselves on whether they provide the relevant public services and admin services or not. You know, we are not going to talk even about breaking up territories, introducing a system of stars or anything like that. So no, it's not gonna be like that. So we also talked about military administrations working in municipalities. That is a problem, right? And that is a high-risk problem, I should say, but we have over 200 military administrations in the municipalities, and 70% of heads of such administrations are local mayors or council chairpersons or secretaries, right? So in principle, if these people came from local government, instead of being parachuted from some other areas, then it's not a big problem. But there is a huge risk when there's military administrations. Apply this process of bringing civilian governance back, right? So there has to be a mechanism in place. There is a mechanism for public administration by military administrations, but there is no mechanism for returning back to normal and bringing civilian administrations back. Thank you. All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Sergei. Thank you for a very high-level presentation of issues and suggestions how to address this problem. Unfortunately, dear colleagues, we do not have any more time to allow further presentations. But after the break, after the coffee break, we will have time for that. And Vasil, the moderator, will allow us to do that. So right now, I want to thank everyone who participated in the discussion. And I'm inviting everyone for the coffee break. Thank you so much.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, you are invited to take your seats. For the panel 2, I will invite Vasil Kobida as a moderator. The speakers, Anatoly Zayats, Igor Koleushko, Alexander Bovsh. Victoria Deres online, Denis Drozdova is here. Tatiana Yegorova Lutsenko. Let's check whether she is online. Anatoly Tkachuk is here, and also we are waiting for People's Deputy Larisa Belazir. So this is the group where we'll discuss strategic prospects, but please keep in mind the schedule, because we will shorten a bit our event with the same number of speakers. We promised after panel 1 that you'll have opportunity to ask questions while people are entering the room. Maybe we can start a Q&A session. If you have any questions to the panelists, maybe you can combine it with your speech. Those who are not going to speak, please, if you have any questions, please raise your hands so that we can give you the floor, so that you have an opportunity to make your comments. So now I'm passing my leadership to the moderator. Thank you for your trust. Dear speakers, please keep in mind that you'll have 10 minutes for your speech, and you will not repeat my mistake, and you will meet this deadline, and we will appreciate that sincerely. So first, I'm inviting to the floor Mr. Anatoly Zayats, PhD in law, the member of Academy of Sciences. He hasn't spoken yet. Thank you. Yes, because some mics are not operational, but anyway. So my subject matter is about changes to Constitution of Ukraine with regard to decentralization. Looks like this topic is already boring. It used to be very popular some time ago. On the other hand, it provokes many discussions. I'd like to say that changes to Constitution are, on one hand, the problem that prevents us from proceeding with many reforms, while on the other hand, that's the problem related to the very text of the Constitution, which is the fundamental law. What do I mean? The point is that what we can see, the Constitution was adopted in 1996, and it really needs many amendments, not only with regard to decentralization. It needs to be amended, on one hand, for instance, with regard to organization of the governance under the martial law, because we understand that there are many relations that have been formed de facto do not meet the constitutional requirements, which actually gives good reasons to many scholars who stated that the fact that martial law is the same as the Constitution, which should not be true. So, organization of exercise of powers by military administrations, that's another aspect of it. Also, we need to keep in mind Section 2 of the Constitution on human rights, which only needs revising without speaking about the actual decentralization. So our latest efforts, in particular of the working group preparing amendments for the Constitution, finished in 2019. Our working group submitted to the President draft amendments. They even reached the Parliament. They were briefly presented during the Parliament's plenary session, and after that, nothing else happened. What's important, that version as of 2019, there was the issue about definition of a community as a legal entity under public law. When this suggestion was actually presented to the Parliament, by some reason, this provision, specific provision, disappeared. But we understand that without a reforming constitution, we cannot reform the local self-government to the extent that it is required. So that's not just about administrative-territorial units and administrative-territorial system. With this regard, we can interpret the Constitution in such a way that the communities can be recognized by law as administrative-territorial units. Why? Because the respective article on local self-government reads that this term means amalgamation of inhabitants of several populated centers, which means that Article 103 of the Constitution can be interpreted in such a way, providing for formation of your administrative-territorial unit, while all other administrative-territorial units will remain populated centers or settlements, let's say village or a town. This village or town is no spatial unit where the power is exercised. That's the way we can read it. But of course, for better clarity, amendments would be required. This is what we suggested at that time. When and how can we return back to the amendments to the Constitution should not be defined exclusively by martial law, because you remember 2019 and before that, during the mandate of President Poroshenko, there was no political consensus with regard to amendments to the Constitution, specifically with regard to organization of exercise of power at regional and local levels. This consensus, unfortunately, did not exist. Without it, we certainly cannot implement the regional reform. We cannot introduce proper effect with full self-government at the local level. So we need to develop further suggestions with this regard.
Ми, тим не менше,
So I think that notwithstanding that,
вкласти в
we
шухляду
should not
проєкти,
put
ми
it
маємо їх обговорювати, і ми маємо їх
into
обговорювати в контексті
to
тих змін,
postpone
які
it.
ми пропонуємо. Скажімо, зміни, наприклад,
We need to still consider the amendments.
права,
Say, for instance, with regard to recognition of a community's legal entity under public law, primary units of administrative-territorial system. We can do it where possible through the current legislation, but there should be also well-prepared drafts to transform them into efficient tool to continue the reforms. So to conclude, I'd like to say that the amendments to the Constitution are still topical matter. They deserve attention of scholars, practitioners, and we need to be ready at the first opportunity to implement this reform. Thank you. Thank you. That's a sample speech before you, Alexander Bosch, really met the time frame. Now the floor is offered to Eric Koliushko, the head of the Center for Political Legal Studies. He'll talk about self-government after the victory. Thank you. Actually, I will continue. I will start with the Constitution. I will also add a few words to what Anatoly Pavlovich have said. First, we always emphasize that constitutional reforms cannot be implemented as something appearing from the black box, and you wait for it tomorrow. This actually was typical for both President Poroshenko and the President Zelensky, which was his style. He was offering something all of a sudden, while nobody in the society did not know who was preparing any drafts, when these drafts will be submitted for first reading, second reading, what was added, what was deleted. That's not the right way to implement constitutional reform. So that's what we urge politicians to do. Let's not wait till the end of the martial law. Let's have discussions, scientific conferences. Let's look at potential various options of the Constitution. So when this opportunity opens, the society is well prepared for that. Second point about the Constitution, now we probably need to expand the very topics, the subjects of what we need, what we want to amend. Actually, we have now a new topic, which is regional level. It looks like we all want to have executive bodies of the oblast councils, but what will they be? Will they be local self-governments? But that's fake, not possible. Like in Odessa Oblast, you'll find about 90 communities. By the way, if we look at the new concept, it has a paragraph urging to ensure modernization of election system in order to ensure representation of communities in oblast with oblast councils. So what will we do? We already did that in the 90s. At that time, each district would suggest two representatives for Oblast Council, and we all realized that that's the wrong way to go. I don't think we need to get back to it. So first we need to define only district councils can be local self-governments, as many countries do, while oblast councils, you will not find any example at that level, where, say, the council covers about 1 million of the population, but all the communities are represented. Plus, we have preconditions for European integration. We have to implement the regional self-government. So that's what we need to consider when we think about amendments to the Constitution. Second part of my speech is on what I would say quite unexpectedly for many of us. Last year, the Ministry and the Parliamentary Committee, when discussing plans of our cooperation for the next year, expressed their wish, could we write the draft municipal code? See, 2 years ago, we were looking for the answer to the question on how we should make a community a legal entity. We prepared draft law on local self-government of the communities, which would be able to partially replace the current law on local self-government, and this function would be ensured even without any amendments to the Constitution. But since there is such political will, we can see good prospects for it as developing draft municipal code, thus finding solution, comprehensive solution to all the problems. We intend to start this activity this year, and then let me say a few words about how we see it. First, the structure of this code. What has to be part of this code? I think it should consist of 10 large sections with further split into subsections or articles or whatever. The very names of these sections or chapters would indicate what we want to regulate. First would be general, that's clear. Second, competence of local self-government, that's the most complicated matter. Here we would need to create a link with the developments implemented by the ministry on principles of delimitation of competencies of different levels of government. And in that chapter, we would define what covers the competence of local self-government at each level. Section 3 would be participation, public participation in local self-government, talking about the direct democracy forms, inclusion, etc. Section 4 would be community council as the key authority of local self-government. Here we can regulate it with the chapter without needing a separate law on current status of local councils and defining their status. Chapter 5, or Section 5, would be about the head of the community and the executive authority headed by this head. Again, according to European tradition, you will not find any collective executive authorities for local self-governments. You will find mayor, burgomaster, whoever, whatever you call that position, who actually runs the executive staff performing these executive functions. Again, they certainly can create separate units, having the rights of legal entity, or maybe municipal enterprises, etc. Next chapter would be property of community. Here we are talking about ensuring capabilities of communities for self-development. Next chapter would be finances of local self-governments, what they would consist of, how they would be operated, local budgets, etc. And the budget code would be the only document left beyond that because it regulates the overall system of public finances in Ukraine, but maybe some provisions could be moved from the budget code to this law. Another chapter is under question mark, but we're considering it. It's planning of community development. Actually, the matters of planning of development are extremely important. So some colleagues think that it can be directly defined in the code. The Chapter 9, cooperation between communities, we know we have separate law, and if we codify this system, then the separate law will not be required. And over there, we could have a separate article about district level, meaning that if we state in the Constitution that district councils are the bodies expressing joint interests of the communities, so here there would be the section where we regulate them. And the last chapter would be accountability and governmental supervision over such system. That's how we see this potential draft municipal code. And as you understand, the key difference that makes our job easier, and actually that was the key obstacle for many scholars to discuss this issue, we, in our case, exclude regional level. We do not intend to cover oblast councils by this code. Separate law would define that. Thank you. Thank you. So, talking about reform at the regional level, Alexander Bolvich, can he do even better than during his previous speech with regard to the time frame? Well, thank you. Could you put my presentation on the screen, please? Okay. The clock is ticking. Something is wrong. Something is really well. Okay, now everything is fine. So, colleagues, today we talked a lot about public authorities at the regional level, about absence of such authorities. So what we have in Ukraine now is that oblast councils are local self-governments representing interests of territorial community rather than separate individual community. Again, they are elected by inhabitants, voters of the oblast. The public state administration, oblast administration, execute the decisions of oblast councils. But here I should mention that during the martial law, military administration not only prepare the budget but also approve it. So it's all now concentrated in the hands of the central government. The regional self-government is not functioning now in Ukraine because actually regional level should be recognized as an independent level of local governance with respective representation and executive bodies. Here we need to ensure the principle of subsidiarity. Actually, unitary states, European Union actually have this approach. Talking about definitions of regional self-government, we can find that in the recommendations of Council of Europe, that actually the meaning of this term is legal competence. That's not derived by the competence, which is ensured that the discretion of the state and again, we are talking about capability of regional authorities within the framework of the Constitution, where they actually regulate and manage a part of public affairs under their responsibility. And here is how the principle of subsidiarity would be implemented. We studied the experience of some European states, actually EU members. So first type would be in this topology federative states like Germany and Austria. They have really high level of self-government at the high level, and the regions can really have serious influence over the state. But their lands actually have in fact regional self-government. They have districts run by the elected authorities with big scope of powers.
So let's talk about Spain and Italy. There are the so-called asymmetric areas, such as the Basque Country. Then Italy, they have Sicily and Sardinia. So they have their own local governance, and they still have a say at the government level, at the national government level. I mean, so let's talk about the experience of countries which are most useful for Ukraine. So we're talking about unitary states with capable local governance, for example, Poland, and the number of population and the territory, the size is kind of closer to Ukraine than Czech Republic and Sweden, and then some other countries as well. So for them, what's very specific is that there are direct elections for regional councils. They represent regional communities. Then they have executive bodies, own budget, and autonomy in terms of governance powers. And these regions, they also can impact the decisions at the national level. So such example would be very useful for Ukraine. We could use it for reforming public administration and governance systems. Now, there are some unitary states, such as Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary. In Romania, the subnational level, the highest level would be Poviat, and their regional self-governance doesn't function really well. Then Hungary, many people spoke about Hungary. So during the time of presidency of Orban, they changed the constitution. Then those regions were reformed, and in Bulgaria also the regional level is not really functioning from the standpoint of local governance, and they have deconstructed government bodies. And I mentioned what's very specific about them. And then there are unitary states with intermunicipal cooperation at the regional level. Among the surveyed ones, we have Ireland, and we're talking about smaller states, up to 5 million population in Ireland, and their representative bodies are not elected directly, but they consisting of the delegates. So the concept for introducing regional governance in Ukraine, we've developed such a concept. So talking about the territorial foundation for regional governance, we have to identify oblasts as the territorial units at the regional level. Those oblasts must fully comply with the level of, with the second level, as per the cohesion policy of the EU, whereby the level 2 regions become the foundation for strategic planning, for access to the EU structural funds. And I want to mention also that such experience is present in Poland, where the regional level pretty much mirrors the national level, and the public status of this approach of the regional community, they are legal entity, right? They're recognized as the community and they become their own legal entities, so they can perform their local governance from there. But historically, because the territories of Ukraine were formed in certain way, considering the current status of oblasts, we have doubts vis-a-vis such approach, and we were offering to introduce regional governance without providing regional community the status of legal entity of public law. And this public administration could be done by local governance institutions and bodies based on the property which will be owned by the state and will be handed over to the regional governance for use and implementation of their powers. It is clear that this approach probably should have evolved after introduction in this shape in about 10 to 15 years. We probably need to revise it so that it matches more the European experience, whereby there is a recognition, right, of such entities as legal entities. So speaking about local government bodies, so those original local government bodies should identify for themselves who's going to be in the council, in the Oblast Council, elected from local residents. Then we could have a mixed system. You know, we can have a majority and proportional system, and then this council would elect the chairperson and vice chairpersons, and they may not be the members of the executive branch, and there has to be a clear line between the representative, and there is a clear line between the different levels of government. And then Oblast Directorate would be chaired by the head of the Oblast Directorate, who cannot be at the same time the head of the Oblast Council, and their composition will be appointed by the council upon submission of the candidacy by the head of the directorate. So it's in line with European practices. And then there is Sweden, there is Poland, there is France also, to some extent, and Czech Republic. And such approach would make it impossible to concentrate political power in one hand at the regional level. When we talk about financial component of the self-governance at the regional level, so the national level taxes have to be identified by the central government. And we are talking about the share of company corporate tax, then individual income tax up to 10%, and then income from rent payments and excise taxes from the companies who remain in a communal ownership. And we are talking about subsidies from the state budget, also the funds to implement some joint projects, and the structural funds from the EU. So we are offering to introduce the government oversight over the work of the regional branches or the regional government bodies, and the suggestion was to perform this supervision using perfect mechanism at the macro-regional level, at the level of national 2, national 1, and it will stay above the level national 2. So the administrations were to be liquidated, and to support sovereignty and to support integrity of Ukraine, we have to introduce a special mechanism whereby the prefects would respond to the illegal acts of local governments which may encroach upon sovereignty of our state, and the prefect should have the right to terminate such acts by complaining to court and informing law enforcement. Also, the government should intervene sometimes to replace territorial bodies when they are not capable to fulfill their duties. That ends my presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you, Alexander, and I hope that our colleagues, the colleagues who are helping us with holding this conference,
слайди пані Вікторії
We're
Дерець.
showing the right slides.
І до слова,
Now I'm asking Victoria
презентацію
Derets to
нашого
present.
експерта
She
нашого центру,
is
і
a
вона розповість нам про
PhD
перспективи запровадження інституту префекта.
expert,
Прошу,
and
пані
she will
Вікторія.
talk about the prefect mechanism. All right, dear members, dear participants of the conference. So, as part of our research, we were preparing the bill about prefects. The Center for Political and Legal Reforms for many years is advocating for this idea of introducing this mechanism of prefects in Ukraine, because this will allow to address multiple problems. Next slide, please. Now, what sort of issues and problems we are going to address? So, inadequate distribution of powers between future administrations and existing government bodies, then imperfect territorial organization of government and obsolete model of governance locally, which is not in line with European standards. Our research is based on the analysis provided by researchers. It's based on the research into the introduction of the mechanism of prefect in Ukraine, and the research covers the last 10 years. So we looked at the conceptual foundations for the future law about prefects, also considering future experience, existing experience, including French. So we are suggesting that for the future law about prefects, we want to apply this bills, which we marked here on the slide, because these bills, they talk about a comprehensive reform, whereby we transform them from general competency bodies into prefecture-type bodies. Starting 2020, we engaged into drafting of this bill, and had they adopted this bill, then reforming local administrations would be possible already now without waiting for amendments into the Constitution of Ukraine. This bill also had a few unsuccessful versions. They are marked in red on the slide, and this bill 13152 should have been supported because it's based on the bill 4298, and it takes into consideration all the conceptual approaches. On November 5, 2005, the law on supervision was adopted, and this law, among many positive things, especially in terms of regulation of supervision mechanism, also has a lot of deficiencies and drawbacks. Now, when speaking about drawbacks, in the process of preparation of this bill, the subject of supervision was narrowed, and local government bodies will now only have to perform delegated powers, and there will be oversight over the decisions that they make. So they decided to not introduce the rule about local hiring procedures and the powers connected to that. So there is a third downside to which we also point. The powers for supporting legality of decision-making at all the councils level has to be done by the oblast administrations throughout 1 year from the day of introduction of the law. And for this time period, of course, the district administrations should have done this instead of training staff from the oblast administration or appointing new staff to perform new powers. So in other words, the law that was adopted, in our opinion, is not fulfilling the tasks at hand. So it's not helping with regulating the mechanism that exists, and it's not helping with decision-making. So next slide, please. Now, what the prefecture mechanism mean in this case? So the key feature of that is government oversight over the legality of acts and decisions of local government, but not just that. Prefecture would mean coordination of territorial executive bodies. Then the prefect will not have any sectoral powers, which the local administrations now have. And there will be a feedback going from a feedback loop from prefect to the central government. Prefects will inform about implementation of government policy, and prefects will have special powers in the conditions of the martial law or the state of emergency. They will be responsible for organizing operation at all levels, and they will be responsible for organizing the work of local governments. Next slide, please. Now, in the future law of Ukraine on prefects, we offered to regulate the following. So the roles of the prefects should be identified in the system of government, because there is this ongoing discussion whether they will have the status of executive power or not. And we support the position that they are a part of the executive branch, and they will have staff supporting the operations. And in the administrative law, they're called leaders as a government body. So prefect is a body of power, not his office. So that's the whole point of the model. And we also insist on giving those prefects the status of civil servants. And the requirements and restrictions of the civil service law will apply to those prefects. And in the law, we should also affirm the principle for the operation. It's the rule of law, transparency, unity of government policy, succession, continuity, efficiency, and the procedure of appointing and dismissing have to be also properly organized. And the candidates for the position of prefect will be introduced from among those people who hold these positions already. So it would be called transfer, or those who were dismissed from the office because of expiration of their time in service. And people who will arrive from the personnel reserve of the district level. And there will be also a competitive selection. So there will be a competitive appointment, therefore, and appointments outside competitive process. There will be the panel holding the competition or speaking about dismissal from office. So it's when the term of office ends, or then there are other reasons mentioned in the law of civil service that could apply, and also in case the decision is made by the cabinet of ministers of Ukraine on appointment of such a prefect to another position, or establishing the fact that this prefect is unfit to serve. So we also plan to appoint such prefects after the competitive process. There will be a panel from the civil service who will hold the competitive process if the prefect leaves office on her own will, or at the end of the term in office, then that person may be, with consent, included into the personnel reserve. So people will be professionally trained, of course, and there will be also a regular annual professional training, and then the rotation mechanism will apply. So the time in office would be 3 years, for example. And then speaking about powers, in the previous slide, I already talked about it. And speaking about the specifics of relationships between prefect and the CMU and the president. So we talk about reporting, we talk about support to the CMU, and from the regional level, it will be a higher ranking prefect, and this submitting of proposals, reporting about issues, and annual reporting about the operation. And organizing the work of the prefect is done by the office of prefect, who is going to be a legal entity of public law, and they will consist of units and people, staff who will support the operation. And there has to be the manager, the office manager in this case. So that's how we see the future mechanism of prefect, and that's how we see its practical introduction in Ukraine, which would require a lot of changes into the constitution. So we're talking about something very basic, fundamental, and this is still to be discussed And we will invite stakeholders, of course, for such discussions. There will be some suggestions made, and we are continuing this work, and we are always open for proposals, for suggestions. So thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you for making it on time. So this analysis that you were talking about is very important, and Dennis Drozdov will continue with the analysis. All right, thank you so much. Let's start the presentation.
Тим часом, щоб розпочати виступ, то
All
хочу
right.
наголосити на тому, що сьогодні неодноразово
I'm going to emphasize that today
оновлена концепція розвитку місцевого
we
самоврядування.
mentioned this concept of the local governance reform. And what's important, from among all the tasks of the concept, there is one very important, and it's about establishing clear criteria for forming territorial communities. Because when we talk about criteria, obviously, we must keep in mind some numbers, some specific indicators.
Тобто повинні застосовуватись конкретні.
So in other words, we should apply specific indicators.
Так, загалом можна сказати, що в нас спроможність громад
So
можна
generally speaking,
поділити на дві категорії. Це
we
спроможність громад бути
can have the following breakdown. You know, the ability of the communities to be communities and provide basic services, which belong to the local government entities, and then level 2 when they are capable. So it's about the ability to be self-sufficient. It can be identified using the following indicators, such as geographic, demographic, infrastructural, economic, and financial indicators. Now, what else is important? In the existing documents, we can find all this information.
Там є в додатку мінімальний показник чисельності населення, якому відповідає там показник 0,3.
So there is this minimum number of population, which is 3,000.
Більше в додатку до методики там застосовується цифра в 7,000 як
So
максимальний.
7,000 also is yet another number which is used as the maximum indicator, but the European trends, the European tendencies, they have been identified. And they say that the optimal community would be the community with up to 20,000 people. So in Denmark, for example, they have a rule where they mention this specific number, and the government allows their communities to decide who they need to join up with to reach this number. At the same time, in other European countries, such as Sweden, Belgium, this number is also used quite actively. In Belgium, for example, about 70% of communities have this many people, this size of population, and then with less than 2,000, it's like only 1%. So why we cannot compare? Because the population density is different between Ukraine and, for example, Belgium and Denmark. But nevertheless, you know, in Finland, they use the indicator of 20,000, and that allows for successful intermunicipal cooperation, especially in the field of health and provision of social services. So less than that does not give you that effect of scale or economy and appropriateness where you can talk about success.
Насправді, якщо перейти до такого критерію, як надання публічних послуг, то насправді в українському законодавстві є деякі цифри. Зокрема, норматив забезпеченості лікарями, сімейними лікарями для надання первинної медичної допомоги становить 1800 осіб.
So talking about health, So it's 1,700 people per one doctor.
Тому що він сам може захворіти, поїхати на
One doctor is not enough for the community because that person may
мінімум 2 сімейних
go for training or get sick. So at least 2 family doctors will give you this result of having 3,600 residents.
послуга могла надаватись. Якщо взяти норматив поліцейського офіцера громади, то він становить 6-7 тисяч в 6
Now, speaking about police, so it's up to 7,000 in cities and 6,000 in rural areas.
забезпечення поліцейського офіцера громади.
And for community police officers, we're talking about 7-12,000 per resident. So that would be a very good criteria, very good number.
Розгорнуто.
And
окрім названої чисельності населення,
apart from the mentioned above numbers, we also have to mention how remote, right, how far those municipalities from the center of the community, and then are those growth centers or magnet centers which bring people together. You know, we have to look at these numbers as well. Then configuration of community is important, and the location of the community vis-a-vis security threats. And later we will talk more in detail about each and every criteria. So criteria number 1, it's the number of population, as I said before. So we have to strive towards having the optimal number of population, which is around 20,000 residents. And at the same time, we are offering to have a minimal criteria for capable communities who will be able to develop. So it's at least 5,000. For less than 3,000, that's not good. The community is not capable in this case. So we have 20 communities where the population of less than 3,000, and those are absolutely different communities in different oblasts. So that's based on the older data. This is even before the large-scale invasion. So, of course, when the martial law is lifted, we will end up in a situation whereby some territories will be affected so much as a result of the invasion that they practically will be depopulated. And in those territories, especially in the near-front territories, we will need some separate solutions, some tailor-made solutions, because local governance there will not exist. Then other criteria, second criteria, it's the distance from the center of communities. We are referring to specific numbers, which are mentioned in the annex of the methodology, where they say that the distance from the central parts of the community should be 20 kilometers. In some cases, it could be up to 25 kilometers. But we were using for the analysis a larger number, so 27 kilometers. That's what we used just to get better understanding and say that these communities still remain at a certain distance. I know the measurement is not perfect, but from these 12 communities that we selected, we see that there are communities where the distance is more than 60, more than 40, 50, and 60 kilometers. So it also depends on the configuration, on the shape of the community, because the central building in the community may be in one end of the community, and the rest of the municipalities or villages will not be evenly distributed around it. In Yavoriv community, this is near the Vesich village. The distance is 35 kilometers, but if you look at the community itself, it's quite long. It's 70 kilometers long, in fact. So following the rule of these many kilometers and how much time it would take for the ambulance or police to travel, that does not allow to properly organize provision of services. So there is another criteria. It's the integrity of territory. So that's the only criteria which is mentioned in the law. And this means that those communities who don't have one solid territory, then they will be outlawed. So we grouped them like this, based on this configuration, like exclaves here, where there are 2 parts, 7 parts to the community, or more parts. And those are not just separate exclaves, like a piece of land, but they could be some parts with municipalities there, with villages. Like here on this picture, we have Velikomelyanskaya community in Rivne Oblast, and it's located inside the southern detour around Rivne, and it consists of 3 parts. And then below it, there is the Zhytomyr community, Охтирка municipal community, Ramodanivskaya community in Poltavska Oblast. It consists of 2 parts, and it is located in the territory of 2 different rayons or districts. And there is another example where the boundaries are circular, where the community pretty much absorbs another community. So people will have to travel through the center of another community to get to places, and that pretty much defeats the entire purpose of traveling to the central building of such a community. Sometimes they look like a crescent, where they are not enclosed, but because of this breakdown, they have this broken boundaries. And we can talk about another criteria, which is also important. It's the so-called urbanistic factor, when communities create a certain situation. You know, we have certain communities that help with development, economic development specifically, Ugrinів community, for example, which has the same border, and it goes through the city of Ivano-Frankivsk, and below it we see Slobidska community. And it takes up a lot of space from there. And then there is the river port in Cherkasy at the same time. So there could be other examples like this here, and it is fully surrounds Sinelnik community. And then there is another typical situation whereby the boundaries are not proportionally huge. Just 2 examples here.
In this example, we can see the distance of 36 kilometers. So Ternopil city community, where the northern part does not have direct connection with Ternopil. So we believe that these criteria should be met. So respective decisions need to be made and solutions developed, but certainly we believe the situation needs to be corrected. Thank you for your attention. Now I'm invited to the floor PhD in law from Lviv National University, Olena Borislavska. She will tell us about European standards of local self-government as foundation for transformation of public power model. Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues. Can you hear me? Can you see my presentation that I'm sharing on the screen? No, we cannot see the presentation. Maybe it will take another minute or 2. I'll try. Yes, here it is. We can see it. So you have 10 minutes, please. Thank you. I seem to have some technical difficulties, though. Okay. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. So the topic of my presentation can be a bit surprising, conceivably surprising, because we heard many interesting and detailed presentations with regard to various aspects and parts of the reform of local self-government and territorial organization of power in Ukraine. Well, in my presentation, I would like to get back to rather more general points. But on the other hand, I think that can be a good foundation to summarize our discussions today. So the thing is that, sorry, I cannot switch slides. Indeed, in order for the local self-government reform and this power organization reform to be successful, it's very important to develop every detail of it. So some experts from the Center of Political Legal Reforms worked in these areas with the participation of experts from academic community. But when we concentrate too much over details, we can lose this general vision, general logic, strategic vision of the result that we want to achieve.
Кажіть, коли виключати слайди, ми їх бачимо.
Tell us when we can switch slides.
Ні,
because-
запустила слайди тут служба підтримки, і тому
Because slides are now controlled by our technicians.
їм, коли
You let them know when you need to switch. Some story, we tried. I was supposed to share the screen myself. Let them switch it on. I will share my screen. It's going to be much easier.
просто
Maybe for the purposes of time, believe it will not be faster.
хочеться бачити все.
Right, still would like to see your presentation, and
Заголовковість.
in the meantime, we can only see slide number 1. Let me try. Yes, I apologize for that. What about now?
Ще ні,
Is it moving? Not yet.
ще ні.
Not yet. See, during the coffee break, we made a trial with the technicians, maybe.
Ну що,
No, it's not working.
з підтримки, що нам робити?
Technical support, what do we do?
Ну, вони пропонують, що вони запустять і будуть переключати слайд.
They suggest they would launch it and they would switch the slides, okay? Since there is no way out, so slide number 2, please. I hope I will be able to see them. Yes, okay, so that's slide number 2. So I will try to get back to my key topic. So on one hand, it's very important to work on every detail. On the other hand, it's as important also to not to lose the key vision of the very essence of the reform that we're implementing. It's quite often we have a temptation to implement some elements of a reform without following its overall logic, in particular when these elements reach parliament and political interests start working. Some provisions can be just lost or missed in this process. We've heard some good examples of such a situation here today. So there is a threat of deformation of the expected result. I'd like to talk about maybe not strategic matters, but about the very foundation of this reform, European standards of local self-government, because these are the standards that constitute the methodological basis. Thus, we then can present our outcome out of the project. I'm not going to list the standards that were based upon European standards. These are general points, but I'd like to talk about rather pragmatic things. Now, it's quite often when we talk about the local self-government reform, people tend to refer to the requirements posed by European integration, specifically on cluster fundamentals. In course of our negotiations, of course, that's the key block of the negotiations, covering indeed fundamental things which are fundamental for the functioning of the whole state and of the whole European Union, in fact. Compliance with these fundamental requirements, rule of law, democracy, human rights, and the efficiency of public administration are the roadmap that we should be guided with when implementing these reforms. The cluster has its logic. Without proper condition of the rule of law or democracy, without institutional capability, the state cannot be integrated into EU. So when we talk about the local self-government reform, it's extremely important to keep in mind that this reform has to be systemic and have so-called conceptual unity and consistency, which means that when we implement specific elements of this reform, we need to be oriented by the general overall concept of this reform. You know, it's very difficult to take a path where your goal is a membership with EU, but you have very little vision of what obstacles you will need to overcome. Can we move to the next slide, please? So even with peculiarities as approved at our central level, I mean peculiarities of implementation of the reform concept, even with these peculiarities, it's very difficult to approve the final strategy of local self-government reform. So here, I quote the documents dealing with peculiarities of implementation of the local self-government reform, and I'm trying to draw your attention to a few points. In particular, it's mentioned that Ukrainian legislation is not fully harmonized with the EU legislation, and also the government emphasizes lack of sustainable methodological support for implementation of the tools of local self-government according to European standards. I mean, our state as such recognizes that it's not able to form the strategy because of absence of methodological support. And I think that the Center for Political and Legal Reforms really applied a lot of efforts in order to generate such methodological foundation to generate strategy of the reform. In bold, also, you can see some tasks for the reform. We can clearly see that our government, in their attempt to implement the EU self-government standards, probably does not have sufficient understanding of the principles. For instance, here it's shown as a standard. No, it's just practice like good governance or sustainable financial support. Next slide, actually, when we look for clearer criteria, the experts or public officials often try to refer to some acts effective under the European law, acquis communautaire. Actually, this acquis communautaire would not be really helpful because we can deduct two key requirements. First, to ensure institutional capability of local self-government, meaning clear responsibility for provision of public services and for implementation of specific policies of EU. And another requirement, which is also very important, that's the requirement of legal certainty with regard to who, state or community, would be responsible for fulfillment of specific obligation within the framework of European Union. So now I suggest taking a slightly different view over well-known European standards of local self-governments included into the Charter, which were actually the basis of our work on this document. So first of all, European Charter for local self-government and the documents which are effective within EU indicate that the basic fundamental goal is a high-quality government system to effectively satisfy the needs, rights, and interests of the people. The center of the system is individual, human beings. So this government system needs to be built in the respective manner. Sorry, you need to conclude. Well, that's about the attitude of the government to the individual, principle of subsidiarity. Now, please get me the next slide. Now, one more, just few more words, and I will conclude. So, moving forward, another very important aspect dealing with European standards for local self-government consists in that this efficient system of public power is where the state has public territorial units with real powers capable of managing their local affairs. I will not talk about elements. You can see them on the screen. Please, let's go to the next one. Another requirement is clear distribution of competencies between the state and local public territorial units. The next one, clear parameters of interaction between the central government and the local public territorial units. From here, we deduct the requirement for the state to construct a very effective mechanism of supervision, administrative supervision, over activities of the local government. If I can, I would please add just a few words, if I can. Yes, after that, we'll want you to have your last slide. Well, if I don't have time, I can finish. So the point is that it's quite often when we have discussions around the need to grant certain competences to communities or local self-governments, we tend to forget that such process requires formation of effective mechanism of administrative supervision. You won't find any EU member where the communities or municipalities have their autonomy, administrative and financial, but where the administrative supervision mechanism would be absent. So it's very important to ensure that these parallels go in, these processes go in parallel. So since I have the right to the last word, let's put the slide number 10, describing mechanisms of reform, because here I'd like to stress something very important. It's clear that constitutional and legislative levels of reforms are both very important. Yes, I've been listening to speeches very attentively. Since 10 o'clock, so I'd like to emphasize what has not been mentioned. So when we talk about a lack of some real changes in the local self-government, we often hear referrals to the Constitution that prevents us from doing something in this area. I mean, that's a good excuse. And I'd like to say that, in fact, the potential of the effective Constitution has not been exhausted yet. So far on our reform, we have not applied tools of constitutional justice. I'm sure that if the state generates clear strategy of the local self-government reform, and we have a clear vision of what the system would be after completion of the reform, not in general words, but the strategy, when you read the document and you understand the real structure, construct, of the local self-government system. And in this case, not only laws can be used to make very specific steps to implement the strategy, but also it would be possible to use constitutional justice, jurisprudence. In particular, the Constitutional Court could provide for interpretation of specific provisions of the Constitution. Sorry for abusing your time. Well, we know that the president of Ukraine Association of District and Oblast Council is watching us very closely. Tatiana, you have your 10 minutes, please.
Пані Тетяно,
Tatiana, can you hear us? Are you with us?
чуєте?
Can you hear us?
Тоді, як
Then,
з'явиться пані Тетяна, ми її запросимо.
Once she's with us,
Запрошую до слова пані.
I'm offering to the floor to Toilet Kachko, Director for Institute of Civil Society.
Включіть, будь ласка, презентацію.
Yes, put my presentation on the screen, and I also would need clicker. So,
Завжди треба дякувати.
first, I want to thank
Витягнули з села.
for this opportunity so that you could. I had the chance to go from my countryside to pre-war conference, and now I want to share with you a story. I bought a car,
І побіг.
and a dog ran across the road, and I probably hit that dog. So I went back to the to the vendor, and he told me I would pay 27,000 because your incident is not covered by your insurance. So I'm still driving a car with a bumper which has a crack on it. You know why I'm telling that? Because I'm going to talk about something different, so different that I don't know the answers. Because unfortunately, the situation is really different because we are in the war. And we can say many right things, but many of them will never be implemented, especially within the area of the whole territory of Ukraine. Please take a look at this map. This red line
Це кордон
from north to south is our border with Belarus, Russia, and the front line. Yellow line, well, it's rather orange, is the 30 kilometers area. So this 30 kilometers area will eat how many, you think, square kilometers? 3,000, I mean, 90,000 of square kilometers of Ukraine will be super dangerous area. So if we say that in that area we can have all this self-government, budget equalization, and all that, that will mean nothing. When we talk about capable territorial communities, whether they should have 3,000 or 4,000 inhabitants, let's take a look at the area, not 30 kilometers, but 120 kilometers away from the front line. You'll find there a lot of communities who lost probably 1/5 or 1/10 of their population, where the businesses, all the businesses left. What does that mean? That means these communities do not have any further opportunities for their existence through their own taxes. Another map are mined territories, where there is mine threat. This territory grows every week. That means that the rural side, even if they are not shelled, those communities will still not be able to operate. Destruction of the infrastructure. I have different examples from different territories. I don't have time. I will share this presentation with you. Transport potential. Look, the way we used to locate our routes from south to north and east-west transit. Now, south and north is no way out. And all territorial communities that are located along these corridors have no way to operate. Many people criticize me for that. Unfortunately, that's true, because for Chernihiv Oblast, it's more important to build border crossings on the western border rather than building a road from Kyiv to Chernihiv, because now all the export goes through the western border. Economy. Now look at our GDP. It fell, went down by 1/3. Maybe it slightly increased. Although it's hard to say, we analyzed the local self-government budgets. They still seem to have grown where there is still life. But that's the growth due to inflation. The real purchasing capacity went down. Now, talking about the cities that used to be industrial cities and had their budgets, they are partially destroyed territories. I mentioned that. Now let's talk about the institution. The institutions now we're getting to the real life in the context of our conference. So talking about military administrations which replace now the local self-government, it was mentioned already. Well, okay, we have a war, that's normal to have military administrations, but we need fairness, because I couldn't understand why military administration would be needed in the town like Netishiv. That's a corrosion undermining the governance. Many communities lost both deputies and the workers. And because many women who were members of these groups traveled abroad, there is nobody to make decisions. No elections are possible. Another point, Igor mentioned that the concept can be complemented with those peculiarities. But when we have such discussions, I always ask a question. Say the enemy sabotage group gets onto the village, they actually take over the head of local council and they go. Now, who will replace this local mayor or head? Is it possible to create such procedure without changing the constitution? That's like that bumper that I described. Now, possibilities, opportunities. We are talking about European Union where we want to access. That's our great hope. But what matters for me? What matters to me, I wanted to ask this question during the section 1. So I'm thankful to Igor for this floor. I have a question. Who puts the benchmarks? Like Ukrainian facility, they have a benchmark. And then we start thinking about how we should meet this benchmark. Now we have this benchmark for supervision. Instead, we cancelled any control. And actually, it's evident that's not the right thing to do. Now, the limitation of powers. I remember our first meetings of drafters of the law on local self-government yet in 1991. We were talking about the limitation of powers. They were terrible discussions. 1997, terrible things were proposed. Now I hear something even more terrible comparing to the 90s, but everything is working and operational. Local self-government provides services, administrations continue building shelters, etc. So I think this issue was over-discussed because the system is working, but we need to take a different look at it.
I am convinced that it is not possible to have a very ideal, clear distribution of powers. In principle, this is impossible. Especially the war has demonstrated this. So let's have a look at the security situation. Whose powers are these? It's the powers of the state. But if people feel unsafe in the community, so what the community should do when people feel unsafe? You know, this community is attacked by Shahid drones, and who's supposed to shoot them down? It's the air defenses, and the air defense shoots them down, and it all falls down on people's heads, right? So local governance in this case, can they build, you know, some berms around their village and tell the air defense, please use those berms and shoot those Shahid drones from there? You know, that's where we have an overlap. That's where we cannot have a perfect situation. What about other components? You know, you have to have residents in the community. You have to do so many things. So the attempt to make it clean will fail. So you will also have problems with the so-called benchmarks. Constitutional changes. Yes, by the way, I want to talk about constitutional changes. I worked on many constitutional changes in 2014 specifically when they talked about the start of the reform process. There was this option A, we make changes to the constitution and we make reforms. And then there was option B, we also introduced a reform without the changes in the constitution. Groisman said, let's choose option A. But I said, we will end up with option B. And we still use option B. So it is very important to remember all these things. There has to be an option B always, which addresses the problem today. And this problem touches upon everyone. If you do not address this problem that is a pain for everybody today, and if you instead think that you will address it sometime later, then this problem will become acute even more. I wanted to also speak about two more things. So planning documents. Olen unfortunately left, that's a pity. And she had a very good initiative, and because of that, now those communities have 5 strategic documents. And for 5 years, they keep saying that those documents must be harmonized, and they have not been harmonized. So very simple thing, that can be done. We're not doing this simple thing. Then public investment. We've done very good reform of public investment, but this reform is not going anywhere because there were no discussions in different communities, in different levels. Discussions where we could understand that a gearbox with a bolt and a gearbox without a bolt are different things. But you need to know where that bolt is coming out, coming from. So this is a very important topic, and we'll have to discuss it. And I'm almost done. Ms. Yegorova is gone, so personnel. Let's talk about personnel. We were building a system. HR management, where we had certain phases, certain stages, but we are still in the process. There are no proper people, there is no proper qualification, but we have to do the job, right? We have to drive, right? Somewhere. Where do we find people? Where do we take people? At the front lines, there are so many people who demonstrated their capability. People who must be hired as civil servants, but formally they will not join civil service because there were requirements which make them ineligible. And that is the topic that must be discussed further. Thank you. Thank you so much. See what kind of conclusion we can make. Let's protect dogs because they make us think in a new way. Do we have Tatiana Yegorova with us? No, we don't have her here. And in this case, I'm going to hand over this sign of power, a symbol of power, and Yuri Hanushak should have presented just to completely satisfy me and my needs. All right, thank you. Good, colleagues. Since all presentations have been made, according to our agenda, we have some time for Q&A, for talking, for making remarks. And while you're collecting your thoughts, while you are getting ready to raise your hand, I'm going to show you an example, and I'm going to quickly respond to what Anatoly just mentioned. 2 things. There was this phrase, a tricky phrase, that was an invitation for a pre-war conference. I think that we still have to think about what's going to happen after the war. And all these questions that were discussed, depopulated territories, for that we provided an answer, right? We offered a concept how to manage these territories. And our stance is very clear and quite categorical. So the key thing is not to dilute the status of the community. Of course, we cannot create today a community for the entire territory because we have depopulated territories. These depopulated territories must be somehow isolated, and we have to create some temporary or interim governance there, right? We have now a concept of how it can be done, but speaking about other territories, we have to have capable communities, able communities who can get proper support. So this is about the risks and threats.
Конституції, варіантів А,
then
Б,
Constitution, options A,
завжди
B, and so
дотримувався
on.
простого банального принципу.
I
Кожен
support
повинен
a very
робити
simple
свою
principle.
роботу.
Everyone is supposed to do his or her job. We are a think tank,
Маємо своїм завданням
and we have a
аналізувати
task
проблеми,
to
вивчати
analyze a problem,
зарубіжний досвід,
to learn from foreign
синтезувати це все і
experience, to
генерувати
synthesize
пропозиції,
everything
як
and
може бути
generate
краще
proposals
для
and
України.
suggestions how things can
Ми не приймаємо
work
закони,
better for
ми не
Ukraine. We are
видаємо
not a
постанови Кабінету
lawmaking
Міністрів.
organization. We are
Якщо
not
вони чогось не
adopting resolutions
зробили,
of the cabinet. If they fail to do something, then
Наше
you should ask them
завдання
the question.
виконати свою
Our
роботу і
task is to
забезпечити,
do our
покласти на
job
стіл,
and
де
to
на
put
основі
on the
чого
desk
можна приймати
something
державні
that
рішення.
we could use for
Тому,
decision
знову ж
making.
таки, я, до речі, я вважаю, що саме інститут громадянського суспільства
I think that
працює
this
саме за таким
civil
принципом.
society mechanism
І
operates
я
under this very
завжди у вас
principle.
вчуся.
And I'm learning from you, always.
Але коли, значить, це нормально серед експертів,
And
коли
that's
щось в когось
okay,
виходить
that's
не
normal,
так, як
right?
задумав я критикую того, в кого вийшло.
If something is not working, then I
щось по-іншому
criticize
і так далі.
people,
Тому давайте,
I
власне, слухати.
tell them how to fix things. So let's,
Слухати, я між рядками почув.
I heard you talking about it, so let's hear each other and let's do our job. And I think it would be quite useful for everyone. And I'd like to thank Anatoly. Thank you for coming today. And it was a very good presentation. And you've shown us something very interesting. I see a raised hand. Please go ahead. Can someone help me there? Right, we do have help with the mic. Apologies for sitting with my back towards my colleagues. Олег Промовський, judge of the Constitutional Court. I have a few considerations about proposals, suggestions, and speaking about the Center for Political Reform. I've got a few suggestions just to make things easier because, there are some dreams, some plans, and we want to make sure that they come true, right? And not create a problem for us. And I heard about this prefect mechanism. I agree with Sergei Golovati. Let's not make the mistake, all right? Because I think it's a mistake. Let's not introduce things which are not in the Constitution.
Його також нема в Конституції.
Let's talk about a manager, I guess. That the manager is not really mentioned somewhere in Constitution because, if we talk about prefect, then the prefect should be in charge of prefecture, right? So we keep asking questions. And then these managers, the person who is carrying out a function, and this word has been out there for 2,000 words, or 2,000 years. So I think that would be a better solution, and we will not create additional problems. Like the word Hromada, community, we took it from our history. And speaking about the terminology, the municipal code, it's a good thing, but this is not in the Constitution. So we can have a discussion around codifying things. I don't want to raise that issue again because a lot has been codified. So the local governance code, maybe that would be a better solution. And I also remember, the end of 2019, early 2020, there were some really strange moves made by the parliament and the president about this bill and the introduction of changes. You remember, right? The Constitutional Court suffered through this, right? There were like 7 proposed changes to the Constitution. And we ended up waiting and waiting for a large bill, an amended bill, amending the Constitution. So let's then call those Hromadas, those communities, legal entity of public law. Let's just recognize them as such, because we had a lot of issues with this, and people were asking whether it makes sense. But it does. In the Constitution, a citizen is not called physical entity, right? There is nothing about legal entities of public law, but still, you know, in the civil code and other laws, they talk about physical entities, legal entities. So my question is, do we have another way without making changes in the constitutional dictionary? Maybe we should address this issue through different approaches, you know, because you work on this, you persuade the MPs how to change things, and you have this construct, right? A public law legal entity, but what about a joint stock company? What about a limited trading company? So the lawyers will keep asking questions. Why you come up with these strange titles? MPs came to me because that's my specialization. It happens so. I am an expert in constitutional law, and they kept asking me, and the Constitutional Court, when this bill arrives to them, will have to perform its own oversight and provide you with an answer. And lastly, Olena, I really like her thoughts and ideas, almost everything, and I would like to speak about that unlimited, untapped potential of the Constitution. So there are three proceedings in the Constitutional Court, and we may go ahead and with their help support local governance, but the Constitutional Court finds it very hard to make a final judgment. Maybe with the expert center, the Center for Political Reform, we will have to talk to you, and maybe I think I've been dealing with this since 2020, so I'm trying to persuade people there, but I can't. And this is also about amalgamation of territorial community. This is about voluntary amalgamation. And maybe we will make a procedural move whereby we address the issues at hand, and we will invite experts to produce their opinion on this matter. And maybe then in this part, the Constitutional Court will come closer to awarding some specific solutions and opinions which would help with the development of local governance, because there are problems with this right now, and because of the war, and a lot of experts in constitutional law supports the interest of the state, and every other interest will be secondary to that. So thank you for your work.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Дуже і вам.
Thank you very much.
Дуже цікаві і правильні,
Very interesting.
пропозиції.
Very good proposals.
Положення наголосили. Дивіться, я можу тільки кілька з них коротко зразу відрефлексувати. Перше, щодо префекта. Коли ми починали...
Speaking about prefect, I will provide my reflections.
Цю всю розмову. Взагалі, я думаю, що ніхто не знає, крім Анатолія Федоровича, цієї історії, звідки нас взявся.
So Anatoly probably the only person who knows where this prefect mechanism was taken from. People advocated for this, but many people cannot pronounce this word properly. So I'll tell you the background. So there were concept papers approved by the government in 2014, and they do not talk about prefect. So there is a very brief norm saying that as a result of this reform, the powers of local state administrations will have to be revised and reorganized into oversight bodies. Later, when we tried to understand what those oversight bodies are, we came up with another term. They call them prefecture-type bodies, and they use French experience. You know, they borrowed this from France. And when the first draft law was prepared about amending constitution back in 2015, they asked a question to the Speaker of the Parliament, Mr. Groisman at the time. So the question was, how do we call these positions? Are we going to call them managers or prefects, or what's going to be the name? And he said, look, in 1 week after the concept will be adopted, there will be another change. So Yatsenyuk, the prime minister, then said that the local state administrations will be eliminated, but it was not in the concept papers. So let's not frame the prime minister. Let's change the name, change the title. Then the discussion started. So what do we change? The word manager, урядник, or the word prefect? So there was this discussion where I advocated for урядник, or manager, which is Ukrainian, and prefect in Ukrainian context has never ever been used before. So, but the other opinion prevailed, and I gave up, and I started myself using the word prefect. But I am prepared to go back to the drawing table and redraft the bill, and we will use урядник, manager, instead of prefect there. So that is the easiest we can do in this situation. The rest is quite good and appropriate, and thank you so much for your comments. Some time ago, we talked about constitutional or non-constitutional definition in the law of the administrative and territorial unit. The community as a sum of different municipalities. So I support the idea that we shouldn't make changes in the constitution. It's not in the law. You know, there is nothing in the law, in the constitution, saying that the administrative and territorial units include villages and settlements and cities. It's someone's personal idea, and it looks like manipulation. Even in the Soviet times, those villages never were a separate territorial unit. You know, this saying, village without the village council, still stands, and 2/3 of villages, they did not have their village councils, and that means that they were not administrative and territorial units, especially now, and so on and so forth. So thank you so much, and let's get the job done.
Дуже дякую. Мене
Thank you
звуть
so much.
Мирослав Вовк, я є
My name is Miroslav Volk. I am a political coordinator in the Polaris program. So thank you so much for very interesting thoughts, ideas. I want to get back to the benchmarks which we have in Ukraine facility and things that are marked in red today because there are deadlines, and in March the deadline will come. So we talk about distribution of powers, and today there were a lot of thoughts and ideas about the constitution and the municipal code, and there all these issues were supposed to be resolved. So for me, it's hard to disagree with Sergei Sharshov in terms of how do we distribute powers between different levels when we do not have local governance at all at certain levels. So where, between who are we going to distribute powers? So in Polaris organization, we try to quite actively understand what's the internal stance on this matter. And I'd like to ask colleagues, especially Igor Kolyushko, so what do you think about the freshly registered law on, or bill actually, on distribution of powers? And do we actually need that, considering the law on supervision, which was adopted, but we are still talking about improvement of supervision? Thank you.
Дякую. Дуже добре питання. Я, до речі, пропоную, щоб не тільки я висловився дуже коротко. Я, до речі,
very briefly,
Василь Степанович в своїй доповіді більше
I expected that Vasil will spend more time analyzing this bill, but he is an experienced researcher, and he talked about general theory. No one will criticize him for this. So from my standpoint, very briefly, the problem of distribution of powers exists. We do have such a problem, And we have this tradition, you know, when something new emerges, when the reforms happen, then we try to immediately say the same thing in all of the laws, across all of the legislation. Okay, so the law on local governance, the law on central executive bodies. So for just in case, let's just put this language in there just to have it. And as a result, we have dozens of examples where one and the same mandate goes through all of the levels, Oblast Council, Regional Council, Oblast administrations, and everything. So that creates the situation where the system cannot function properly, that creates chaos. When there is this redundancy, then you have to take a stance. You either allow both to do this job, and especially when this is backed financially, or this is not done by anyone, because people will start saying it's not me, it's them, and so on and so forth. So the European Union in this benchmark called upon several things. They called upon distribution of competencies. Competencies, not powers, but competencies between levels of public administration. And of course, that means that if those are levels, then at those levels you have to have institutional system. The basic level, local governance, we have it. You know, institutionally it's supported. Regional level, nothing. Nothing is available. So someone may say, well, let's identify what things, which level will do and which competencies they will have. And at the same time, we say, before the executive bodies are established, all this will not work. The administration will do this. That could be an option. So simply put, the discussion actually made everything drown. And there was a working group, there were other things. It's very hard to even imagine how this can be done at the oblast, the level of Oblast Council. What about Oblast administration? Why do we talk about distribution between levels? This is an executive branch, so there should not be any distribution. So there's bill which is available today. You know, there is part 1 about principles, and I think there are a lot of smart things mentioned there, and we may use it. Apart from what I said before, you know, the finances. I categorically do not understand this distribution. You know, those taxes that are handed over to local governance, they're kind of not a part of the local budget, so that's what they think, or they say, at least. And that's what the document says. And that's what. You will then tell me how it is. So as a result, I try to fight it. You know, I try to support expansion of own powers, like European countries have, and then the response was no. You know, you give us all these powers and don't have money for this, right? Because funds for exercise own powers are scarce. They're not paying you these funds. So, and that's where the problem is. And after all these discussions, after all these presentations of French and German experts who were brought on board for this discussion, the government directly mentioned this in the concept and also in the draft law. So I don't know how things can change today. That's not correct to claim that we don't have a system of local governance, which includes not just territorial communities. There are also oblast councils and district councils. It's actually in the law. And when we look at the law, the budget law, the budget code, there are budgets, like the local community budget, district in the city budget, but they do not talk about rayon or district as part of oblast. and oblast budgets.
районної області
So those budgets for districts and oblasts, they belong to local budgets category along with the local governance budgets. So maybe Mr. Sharshov derived his ideas from this when he said that there are no local government bodies, but yet again, the law says that they're there. So I will remind you what Igor mentioned as well, and Alexander. So neither rayon councils nor oblast councils present common interest to the communities. So in fact, it's legally mentioned somewhere, but in fact, it's not working because there is no mechanism today. There is no real mechanism that would allow to identify that common interest and implement, realize all that. So as of today, territorial community understands what is in their interest and how to implement it. The district council also understands their own interests and they act accordingly. Oblast also has its own interest, and instead of synergies, we have competition, rivalry, and we lose resources, right, including financial. And I'm coming back to the question I raised before. So when we start the reform in local governance system, we start distributing the powers, and this is a system really, and all the elements connected between each other through functions, through ties, they have to be there, they have to be supported. So when you revise the functioning of one element, then automatically that would require changes in another element. So as a result, it creates high quality reconstruction of the system, or it would create decomposition, where some elements will transform into a new system. And it's been mentioned also in the context of oblast level. You know, we said that we may introduce regional self-governance, but rayon level will remain as an element in local governance, where you can select council members, organize a council, and then the councils themselves will elect representatives at the district level. So that is some sort of association. And that's how we can work on joint interests and find money for implementing them. Some funds can come as subsidies from the central government or some type of taxes or part of a tax, like in Bavaria, in Germany. So we can absolutely implement this in our territories.
Що я вам скажу? Буде закон, ну, оцей загальний прийнятий.
What can I say? Yes, the general law will be adopted with minor amendments to the law on local self-government, and thus this benchmark will be met, because there is no other way to do it, because the actual benchmark wording is not correct. Second point, GDP of Ukraine is $180 billion, while Polish GDP is 1 trillion. So we need to understand that whatever you do to redistribute powers will never increase financial resource of Ukrainian communities comparing to financial resource of Poland. Another point, speaking about resources, I can't remember when that was, when the lands were transferred to territorial communities. I was very skeptical, because I said you cannot remove one element from the system without touching another one, because it wouldn't work. So now let's answer the question, how many greenfields do we have, whether we still have community-owned lands, how many hectares were transferred to whom, So here, Mr. Slobodyuk mentioned the forests. And if we transfer the forest without regulating the way it should be used, we will have no forest at all. So any decisions that are made should be comprehensive with consideration of all your flanks. Unless your flanks are covered, even a good military unit will not resist. So since I have microphone, one more point about joint interest and oblast councils. So yes, there are common interests, which is regional development. That's direct competence of the regional level, direct competence of the oblast council. How come? Ukrainian Oblast Council cannot create a department in charge of monitoring the regional development to control the administration which implements the state programs, etc. It will not be violation of the Constitution. So these are the things that we can do, because say, we all talk about introduction of the institution of prefects, and everyone seems to be happy. I can tell you that no prefects will ever be introduced, because that entails changes to the Constitution, while the nature of the administration can be changed through the law. So instead of changing the law, we'll talk about prefects. If I may, I'd like to share some of my reflections with this regard of distribution of competencies. We have our own experience when we worked on the draft law on self-government in communities. I read that law and I'm very disappointed because there is no delimitation at all. Yes, some principles, general principles are mentioned, how it should be done, but all that at the level of theory. It doesn't work in practice. But when we drafted the law on self-government of community, we applied very simple algorithm. First, we would deal with the self-government powers of a community. And according to the European Charter, all these should be issues of local significance. We already have practice, we have approaches, so the communities would ask, what does that mean? So we just reflected the reality. We were talking about the competencies of the community, not local self-government, by the way. And this competence covers all matters of local significance, in particular, but not exclusively. I suggested this kind of approach so that they can see what they can do, but they understand that can also participate in decision-making of any matters of the local significance, of course, provided that these issues do not belong to the competence of other authorities. Plus, in addition to their own competence, they have delegated competence. There may be only two types of competence. There were attempts to define that as transferred powers. But no, the powers can be either owned or delegated. And here we have direct connection with administrative supervision. So when any powers are delegated, and it looks like these powers can entail the need to supervise, to monitor not only legality of the expenses, but also the expediency of such expenses. In our case, most of competences are delegated. It's a big problem for Ukrainian self-government. Yes, we reduced that, those competences, and we hope we improve the situation with this. What can we delimitate between local and regional self-government if we do not have any model? How can we implement any principles for such delimitation? That's too premature. And also, since I have mic in my hands, I'd like to react to what Mr. Oleg Pervomaisky said. He said that, in fact, we can implement the idea of granting to the community status of legal entity under public law without amending the Constitution. But I think if we are to introduce changes, I think it should be escalated to the level of the Constitution. Thank you. All Ukrainian Association of Communities. Two very short comments. First of all, thanks for all your work, because you will never have enough expertise, experts' opinions to keep going this whether all the experts have consensus, because then we can proceed with the next phase, which is advocacy. And here I was a bit concerned with your statement that what you are supposed to do is to develop something, you put it on the table and you are done. I'd like the experts to participate in advocacy efforts, because such association as ours would not, we just do not have enough resources. We cannot afford accumulating this expertise that would make us effective and efficient in any kind of advocacy. So we expect that we can interact with the experts in such a way that we can jointly implement advocacy, defending our points, like in the matters like rural development, administrative-territorial system, distribution of taxes. We would love to advocate such points jointly together with you. That's my point number one. And second, if we're talking about the terms or deadlines, I would like to have not a rayon, but povit. Well, of course, we have a constitution, but we are moving beyond it. Please pass the mic to Pavlo Ostapenko. Thank you indeed, Igor, for your suggestion. Of course, we do not reject any advocacy, but we will be successful if we do it together. Because when we cook something inside our walls, we often hear the government asking typical question: how many votes do you have in the parliament? No votes? So why should I talk to you? Okay, you have your votes, not in the parliament, but within the local self-governments, there where we need to cooperate. Well, thank you for invitation. Very interesting. I can see most of people here are lawyers. I am a geographist, but we are working in the common field. We slightly dilute this lawyers community. So what I wanted to say on the local context, 3,000 or 5,000 or whatever, we need to understand the local context to understand whether this or that community is capable, is fit. But you need to look at the territories using this territorial approach. because every community would be unique. Talking about continuity of the territories, that's very painful point for me as geographist, because we do not have a legally defined, because we have boundaries legally approved for 162 communities. So as for me, all others which have not been approved do not have clearly defined boundaries, including boundaries of their competences. Yes, there are some resolutions by Cabinet of Ministers defining these local self-governments, but if you are somewhere out in the field or at the river, what boundaries they have? So actually all these elements need to be approved. But to cover all that, about 7 to 10 billion hryvnias would be required from the budget. We shouldn't do it now. Of course, we have a war, but there are different options how it can be done for a number of communities, maybe at no cost, if they agree. I saw here other representatives of associations, and I think associations should apply for such work. Of course, that's the work for the respective cadastre personnel, but they are a monopoly. So let's try to save money on that, because you understand 7 billion is a lot of money for these communities. And I hope when we join the EU, we will have these clearly defined boundaries, because otherwise they realize how bad we are at this business. They will be shocked when they realize we don't have this boundary. So when we talk about continuity or discontinuity, I remember we were drawing, three of us, this boundaries, but that's was only beyond any legal field. A few more words. Talking about the law on voluntary amalgamation. But when we talk about territorial development, we need a mechanism on how a community can initiate any amalgamation, or on the contrary, how can they leave their community? There is no mechanism for that. Without that, again, nothing will happen. Because, yes, there are huge communities which actually, if we have the right governmental approach, so the state can be interested in making a certain community smaller. Of course, Henich's community, for instance, would not be interested in that, but regional authorities should be interested, but we have no legal mechanism on how you do that. I mean, you have bundled even more these communities, but how you unbundled. Let's take Poltava community, which is often Yavorov community, Radekhiv community. Indeed, we need a legal mechanism how a community can be unbundled. I'm not a lawyer, so that's why I'm asking how it can be solved. Once we have mechanism, then we'll see. Yavorov community, why? It's so huge because what's there in its territory is Yavorov test, military test site. But other any potential centers for development, points for development. Let's look at it, at what we need to do, because I'm deeply convinced that no community will ever agree to strengthen the town of Krakivets, knowing that further on Krakivets, so this about a crossing point, will leave this community and might want to be separate. Well, I'm probably talking too much, so some more points talking about demographic policy. We all discussed that because that's a really painful point. Unless we do something about it, we'll probably be dying. Plus, Russians are doing a lot to force Ukrainians to leave their country, plus they annihilate us physically. That's my citizen point of view. Yes, and one more point. Anatoly was right. Demographic policy is the state, but people is a specific community. So, community, of course, people is what they focused upon. But what we have is that state is supposed to generate policy. Although my opinion is that our central government does whatever they can. Maybe they are Kremlin's eye agents, but they make sure that we have no demographic policy at all. So if you transfer these powers or delegate these powers to the local level, maybe that would give some impetus to further steps, because communities are trying to implement these policies at the local level. But if you, they are, they receive, say, transfers of 40,000 hryvnias to do that work, maybe the central government would add something to that. That would work better. Yes, okay, thank you, Yuri. Thank you indeed. The last of the speakers who expressed their desire to say a few words, Yuri Tretiak. Thank you. Very interesting conference. We've heard many interesting thoughts and suggestions which really provoke many emotions. But I'd like to talk about the regional level. In your work, you often tackle with this matter. Offline and online events, I have always been listening to you very attentively. And especially now when we talk about European integration, I recall when you and your colleagues in the year 2008-2009 initiated 3 important reforms in parallel: local self-government, regional policies, and HR development. That's great approach. This the 3 foundations for any state. So we were really surprised when we looked at regional level at those times. Sumy Oblast had the 300,000 hryvnias for development, and we started thinking what we mean by a region, how the European countries do that. So the key policy here is the regional development. Actually, that's about covering the area and the population with the framework of regional development policies. So when we started examining the governance system, we realized many communities were dealing mostly with education, health, economic development, but Well, the key function would be regional development. And your suggestion, you suggest that 10% of PIT should be earmarked for regional development. But have you asked yourself a question? Let's imagine you have oblast budget, 20 million euros per year and up to 50 million euros, like Lviv Vinnytsia Oblast. This is the all you have for education, for health, economic development. If you take 10% of it, what kind of regional development can you think about having 15 million euros? So when you were talking about 3 reforms in parallel, this regional policy reform was dedicated to the fact that actually administrations were not dealing with their key functions, meaning regional development. So you offered a regional development strategy to strengthen your development function at the regional level, where you're supposed to implement a strategy at the oblast level. So I talked about 2008, 2009. In 2014, we heard the concept, and actually Putin's people, Medvedchuk, I'm sorry, actually denied this concept. So we had several times today that the requirement for European integration, maybe I will not refer it word by word, but it's about implementation of regional self-governance. So my question is, which legal acts of European Union contain this requirement, and what happened to the countries that did not fulfill this requirement? Because many of them did not. They do not have any regional self-governance. Nothing happens to them. Can you remember any section of screening or expansion report having a section on regional governance? So if you talk about the communitaire, which article do you mean? Well, that's a very old story, very old discussion. I remember last spring, we realized we have huge discrepancies in these matters, and these discrepancies are due to some factors. And when I offered the floor to Mr. Bones, he shared the models existing in Europe. Okay, regional self-governance, Alexander will add examples of the documents. Of course, not requirement, but rather recommendation. Indeed, you are right. There is no strict requirements to have regional self-governance. Yes, even in the law, local self-governance. Why? Because all that are products of negotiations. Brussels insists on something, Ukraine says, why we cannot do that? So I proceed from a different starting point. I don't want to be bureaucratic, whether the law contains such notion or not. I'm taking a strategic look at the country's development, and I am fully convinced that decentralization is a pyramid. Principle of subsidiarity is not reduced just to local self-governance. It entails pyramid. So if you take any big country of European Union, you will have local self-government and regional self-government. In any textbooks on public administrations in European countries, you will see the delimitation between local self-governance and regional self-governance. That's point one. Point two, in order for us to be an effective and efficient country, to be able to develop quickly, we need to ensure this decentralization at all three levels, not just delegating something to the lowest level, keeping the rest in the hands of the central government. This model will not work efficiently. The central government cannot efficiently develop all the region. If you take examples from such sectors as culture or sports, where there are many facilities which are administered directly from Ministry of Sports or Ministry of Culture in Kiev. Out of all these arguments, actually I have my opinion, and many people agree with me, by the way, that we need to move forward. We need to do it stage by stage. You cannot copy paste Italy or Spain and say, hey, here we are. Well, we are against that. We select, and today we demonstrated that, we select kind of a middle level, and if for this level we suggest gradual implementation. First, we would not deal, we would not introduce community as legal entity right away. We'll start with that, but at the regional level, it probably will be more difficult. Maybe we'll go too far. First, we need to test it at the level of communities. Well, at the regional level, we will not introduce this institution of legal entities, but will have entities running the state property. They need to appear. We all agree. We need executive authorities of oblast councils. So once you have such executive authorities, why don't we get back from our head to our foot? Doing all that within the limits that we can. I understand you've been spending many years on integrating our policy into the policies of European Union. In all our documents, we are trying to define as one of the tasks of local self-government, regional self-government, is to ensure efficient implementation of state and regional policies. These two legs should be like partners. Of course, the regional policies cannot counter the state regional policies, but I don't think that at the regional level, the role of the state should be that big. Well, you can continue, but we have only 1 hour to consume whatever is waiting for us. So, the last comment, okay? You know what? At the beginning, there was the word, and the word is very serious thing. In 1894, we adopted the law according to which oblast councils became authority bodies of regional self-governance, and they decided they didn't need Kiev anymore. As a result, Kherson Oblast Council decided not to send the sand to Odessa Oblast. Some other Oblast Council decided not to buy butter from Chernivtsi Oblast. So, you know, I suggest that we move slowly within the framework of the law, creating conditions for Oblast Council. Let them create the departments for regional development. Because now Oblast level deputies are kind of are not doing anything serious. Because the initial name of the law was on the right of territorial communities to amalgamation, but the people at the governmental committee said, let's call it a voluntary amalgamation. Remember, and they started saying that we are amalgamating the way we want. So we had about 400 lawsuits. So let's be careful here. Just very short remark. I think that we can start a reform at regional level at our own. You should not expect when you are given power, you need to take over it.
Це просто і не треба додаткових ніяких законів.
So you create your own bodies. And my short remark. It's not the right way to say that everything started in 2014. I remember 2009. Many of you participated in that process. At that time, I was a minister, and at that time we approved the concept of local self-government reform, administrative reform, HR development concept, and respective activities to implement these concepts. Actually, the Cabinet of Ministers issued their respective resolution. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to persuade Prime Minister or the President to start implementation. Unfortunately, the President wanted to hear from the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister wanted to hear from the President. Nobody of them wanted to start that on their own. Well, I should mention the merit of the colleagues who actually in 2014 started at least something in this area. Okay, so we can conclude if nobody here online wants to add anything. Nobody. So, dear colleagues, once again, on behalf of the Center of Political Legal Reform, I want to thank all of you who joined us at this conference. Actually, I am one of participants, and I certainly took some notes where we were a bit chaotic in actually commenting some matters. I apologize for that. But to be honest, we all understand that under the current conditions, it's not that easy to do your work when you live in different cities in different conditions. You may not have heating or electricity, and certainly that impacts the quality of our work. Notwithstanding that, we are not sitting and idling. We continue the development things and everything that doesn't seem to be fully completed, we will add more effort to it to generate documents of better quality. You're invited to follow our sites, to look for these draft laws that have been commented today. And that's my suggestion to all of your associations, to technical assistance projects, to all civil and analytical entities. So let's exchange information more intensively. Let's hear and listen to each other. Thus, making, moving our wonderful future of local and regional governments closer to the reality. Thank you all, including online people and those who are present here. You are invited in a kind of a final coffee break. I hope not only coffee there. Okay, thank you.